We were born for this. Game time, frame of mind, got you on defense. I can't wait, no breaks, never on the fence. Cause every shot you don't take, you are going to miss. Let the games begin. We only came for one reason. We came to win. So if you didn't hear me, let me say it again. We only came for one reason. We came to win. The grit is time to hit the grind. I must admit we fit to shine. Anyone in our way should get behind. We bring the punishment whether or not it's the crime. You about to burn out your energy. You about to turn up intensity. Your speech should be a penalty. So be concerned. You are defending me. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. We'll never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen. You won't find you a better team. Fulfilling all the dreams that you ever dreamed. We'll never leave. We not just the best, but the best that you ever seen.
Stakes going to be higher here in Jeddah. 32 players take to the table tonight with the trophy and that record $250,000 winner's check in their sights. Welcome along to the evening session on day 4 of the World Pool Championship. Those outer tables that you can see have been a hive of activity, and they're going to stay there as well. Fedor Gorst and Joshua Filler in fantastic games. Those will, though, disappear after tonight's session as 32 gets chopped into 16. We started on Monday with 128 of the world's best players. We are inching closer to finding out who will be number 1. Scott Frost and Carl Boys with me. The afternoon session, I think it's fair to say, was the best one yet we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it's still the best one yet because I'm a bit scared to talk because there's 3 matches here that are real close out the Frosty.
Yeah, everything's close here. Fedor Gorst was trailing 7 games to 0. I was commentating with Phil Yates. At that time, I said, it's not over yet. It's a race to 11. It's tied up now. Excuse me. It's 9-8. He's trailing 9 games.
You're probably going to see us always look to our left. That's because, as Carl said there, there's 3 games going on that are really interesting. Robbie Capito as well is in action. He looks like he's down as well, Carl.
Yeah, also that table on the right, the closest table, Joshua Filler is playing Vitem Harinaj. Filler's 10-9 up. He was 9-4 down.
Interesting. This is what this World Champs has been all about, right? We've seen so many fantastic games. Let's remind ourselves of the afternoon session. Here's Phil Yates.
It's been 33 years since Earl Strickland became the first player to retain the World Nineball title. And the Pearl will keep that unique distinction because in today's first match, defending champion Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz was beaten. Denmark's Mickey Kraus playing the role of giant killer, wrapping up with a golden break. FSR's defeat guarantees a new number 1 in the World Nineball Tour rankings. It could be Shane Van Boning, who reached the last 32 with an 11-9 victory over Wu Kun Lin. That after trailing 6-3. Wu fought hard, but SVB held firm.
All right, let's remind you of some of those results, some shocking results as well. The world champion, the current world number 1, FSR, gone beaten by Mickey Kraus from Denmark. Shane Van Bonen, he's still there, the 2022 world champion coming through. He's game 11-9. Jason Shaw, so far, probably looking the best out of the bunch, 11-3 against Mustafa Al-Nar. And then, by the way, what's going on some of these outer tables as well? We're going to keep you updated because Joshua Filler is now on the hill. Robbie Capito is trailing. And Fedor Gorst, a lot of people's pick, is also in a tough one as well. This is fantastic. This is, again, we spoke about this. This is the knockout pool we wanted. And to see some of the players, some of the favourites struggling against people maybe we didn't know. I mean, Fedor Gorst is playing someone from Iraq that was given a wild card.
Yeah, listen, welcome to Nineball, laddie, because this is what can happen. And also what can happen is when the big players are under the cosh, they're under the gun, just over our shoulder, they're pulling the matches back. Obviously, they've not won yet, but they could have, 95, 98% of the field would have just rolled over probably and got beat. Fedor Gorst and Filler, they're still in the matches. It's quite amazing. Yeah, just to add on to that, Scott, I mean, me and you have been watching Fedor, and look, he's not had the best tournament so far, but Fedor was 7-0 down. 7-0 down.
Yeah, touching on that, I mean, this tournament from day one, Carl, I've discussed it, Jeremy and I've discussed it, you feel a little different mood with these players. They talk about not feeling the money. I guarantee you it's a big factor.
Yeah, indeed it is. Let's talk about Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz gone Mickey Krause there winning it. Not just winning it, but winning it with a golden break as well. I know some people like the golden break, some don't, because that's it. You're breaking, you're done, you don't get a chance. But Mickey Krause, deserved winner. I mean, Francisco just didn't get going.
Yeah, listen, the golden break, it is what it is. You know, everyone's going to get them. They're going to come at good times, they're going to come at bad times. It's just nature of the sport. But, you know, Mickey Krause, he's like being one of these players who could possibly do what Capito's done, you know, knocking on the door. I know he spends a lot of time in America, you know, training and playing a lot of the tournaments over there. And obviously playing the world champ on the TV table. You know, the fact that he got that win, Scott.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that impressed me with Mickey. This event with FSR, he was leading 6 games to 3. Adi and I were watching it. All of a sudden, the next thing you know, FSR ties it up 6 apiece, and Mickey kept his head together. And that's important for me to see him do that. He's got the ability. He could do what Robbie Capito did at the UK Open.
Yeah, it wasn't the only golden break today. Jason Shaw as well, showing why, again, he's one of the favourites, the current Hanoi Open champion, looking really good. Did complain about the table a little bit, said the way in which it's flowing, the pocket's a bit tighter as well, but Jason Shaw is Jason Shaw.
Listen, I commentated on the match. Jason Shaw did not play well. He did not play well in that match. His opponent was terrible as well. It was the worst match I've seen this week. But listen, a win's a win.
I love your honesty. I love it.
No, listen, a win's a win. Yeah. You know, he's into the next round. He's capable of, you know, it was just one of them matches. I think Jason was probably a little bit shocked at some of the chances he was getting. It looked like, you know, it was 3-3 at one point. Then all of a sudden, Mustafa, he was missing easy balls. And then Jason, he weren't making them key shots that you have to in Nineball, you know, like the rack shot winner. And it was just a bit of a strange match, but obviously he got the job done. But the very next match, Kazakis, he played unbelievable. We've not even been speaking about that guy this event.
Yeah, we are going to be speaking about him now, though, because Kazakis, takes on Shane Van Bonen, who came through after the 2022 World Champion, showing exactly why he has a lot of people's favourites to lift this trophy again. And look, I described him as machine-like. Nothing seems to faze him, even though when he's down and not playing well, he knows exactly what to do. You know, ask the ref to clean the cue ball when it's his last couple of shots. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Adi, though, and Carl and I were just touching on that as well. Well, there you go.
Joshua Filler.
Joshua Filler.
You might have heard that in the background, by the way. That was Joshua Filler screaming, he's now through. He was on the hill. He's come through that one 11-9. That's the emotions that some of the players are showing so far.
9-4 down, though.
9-4 down, and Federer was 7-0 down. But touching on SVB real quick, in my opinion, kind of like Carl with Jason Shaw, I didn't feel SVB played his game. I didn't feel like he looks comfortable. He's not breaking very well. Actually, not very well at all. He's only made the 1 on the break, and that race to 11. I don't know how many games they played in total, but he's only made it 2 times. And both those times, he had to really pick the speed up. That's not typically a great sign for SVB because he can't control all the other balls.
Yeah, but you know, these players, the top players, the Shanes, the Fillers, who we've just seen it, Fedor's here, they have the ability to win when they're not playing their A game.
Yeah, and win rack after rack after rack after rack. Kazakis, you mentioned him, he takes on SVB. And I was watching this game, I was very keenly watching it as well because obviously you guys know I've got a soft spot for AJ Manas, and I thought with the young Filipino had a chance, and I mean, Kazakis just shut the door on him immediately.
Well, after the lag, Kazakis broke and ran the first 4. He put a 4-pack on him. Then he played a hook in the next rack. Manas kicked it, didn't get it. It was 7-0 down. He was just a spectator in the match. And it's the only match I've actually seen where somebody's done that to a player.
It'd be interesting to see how many break and runs there's already been in the qualifying rounds because there is a prize, a $2,000 prize for the most break and runs. So I wonder if that 4-pack is it so far.
Probably is, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of them. Have you?
No, I think 4-pack's the one so far.
An afternoon session filled with so much drama. Let's hope the evening session can do exactly the same thing as well. Let's remind you of the games that we've got coming up on our TV tables. Last year's finalist, Mohammed Soufi, takes on Badr Al-Wadi from Kuwait. Jason Shaw has been speaking about him a lot. The Brit, he takes on the Spaniard David Alcaide, and Dang Junhui takes on Lee Van Corteza from the Philippines. By the way, I love this. You guys probably just didn't see this out of camera. These guys are just turning around watching, and they want to see and seeing what's going on there because, again, 2 more games still going on there. But Mohammed Soufi, almost sort of just behind the scenes, really. No one's been talking about him. Last year's finalist, you know, when he gets down in the balls, he can just get racks just like that? Why is no one speaking about him?
Yeah, I think because what's happened is, if I'm going to make a comparison to darts, you know, Luke Littler got to the final and he lost.
Yeah.
But Luke Littler has backed it up and done unbelievable things on the darts circuit. Obviously, Soufi got to the final, he lost and he vanished a little bit. But literally 2 weeks before this event, he won a Euro Tour, so he's coming in with a bit more confidence than maybe he's had all season. He looks to be playing well. He's a fantastic player to watch. If you've never watched Mohamed Soufi, watch this first match. He's unique.
Yeah, me and Scott will definitely take our seats and watch it. What type of player is he, Scott? I mean, he looks like he runs around the table.
Well, I don't think anybody has a style like Soufi. He's just such a quick player. Doesn't give himself time to think negatively, in my opinion. And I think in the beginning when he took second and kind of disappeared, people were kind of waiting to see if he really is the real deal. I feel he is. It's going to be fun to watch the match. That's for sure.
Indeed, another big game as well on table one is Jason Shaw versus David Alcaide. Jason Shaw, I feel like there's still a few more gears to go, and he's going to need a couple of gears to get past Alcaide.
100%, Addy. You know, he knows he's got a tougher match without a doubt. He knows David's strength is his safety department, his kicking. You know, he's won big tournaments. He's played in Moscow and Cup, so Jason will know he's got to be on his A game in that one.
And watching Joshua just go past with Pia Filler there. I mean, that scream, he has to kind of just, you know, take the levels down a bit, because he'll be back as well in a few hours to see if he can go round to the last 16. All right, we are ready. The players I can see in front of us are ready as well. So let's get the action underway. Remember, Tables 1 and Tables 2 you can watch live on the Matchroom Pool YouTube page and Matchroom Multisport. But our focus is our main table and last year's finalist, Mohamed Soufi, as he takes on Badir Al-Wadi. So let's head over to your commentary team. I can see Carl Boyes making his way, and he will be alongside Mr. Dave Hendon.
Thank you, good evening. Yeah, there's no doubt that Mohamed Soufi won a lot of fans reaching the final of this World Championship last year. A lot of people bought into his story, and he's on a run again. He has been a little bit below the radar, but he's on the main table this evening, looking to prove that he's...
Welcome everyone to Matchroom Pool YouTube channel and Table 1 coverage from the World Nineball Championship. A championship that is ignited today with so many stories, and stories that are ongoing. I can tell you, on table 5 right now, Robbie Capito has just moved to the hill against Ralph Souquet. He leads 10-9 as the recently crowned UK Open champion. As for Fedor Gorst, he's come back from 7-0 down to 9-all with Amir Ali. That's on the neighbouring table, on table 4. Joshua Filler, what a comeback from him. He let out a primal scream when he beat Fitim Haridinaj 11-9, having trailed 9-4, so Filler into the last 32. Now the last 32 begins with a meeting of two Moscow Nikeb teammates. On the left, Jason Shaw. On the right, Spain's David Alcaide. And joining me in commentary for this one is the one pocket legend, Scott Frost. He's got 6 pockets to monitor this evening.
I'm happy to be here with a legend like yourself, Phil.
What a match, though. This could be a final. And I think Carl Boyes was actually on the button when he was talking in the preamble about Jason Shaw. He didn't play well in his last match, but of course things can change quickly.
Yeah, and I think, you know, sometimes when you don't play well against an opponent, sometimes that opponent rubs off on you in certain ways. I'm not saying his opponent didn't play good, but he knows he has to get up versus Alcaide.
Yeah, we always say, don't we, that mistakes can be catching, and I think that was the case against Mustafa Alma. Nevertheless, Shaw came through 11-3, so it's a result that's not to be sniffed at. And he's unbeaten. He's played 3, won 3. He's won 29 racks for the loss of only 11, so plenty in the garden is rosy.
You almost feel like that was a bit of a mistake. You want to weld him up behind the 3 and 8. He did split the gap there. There's another look at his break. That's a good sign, the one firing in. Alcaide going to the air. He's got a full ball he's got to get over here, Phil. Oh, this might finish well. Oh, it did clear the 8, and the 2's open. And to start this shot off, all too important, he's going to be flirting with the 8 as far as his bridge is concerned. He's also got a contest with the brown 7. This will tell us how Shaw is feeling. Yeah, a little wide and a little quick. He is a quick-paced player, but the backswing seemed a little quick to me.
Alcaide comes to the table. He was the last match off on the opening night. He lost 9-7 in the early hours to Abdullah Al-Shamari, so immediately behind the 8 ball. But then he recovered on the one-loss side, beating Dimitris Lokatos of Greece 9-5 and Che Chia-Chen of Chinese Taipei 9-2. This afternoon he overcame Claudio Cacci, the younger brother of Eklund Cacci, 11-6.
Yeah, David, a tactical genius. Real nice cue ball there. Shaw, well, he's going to hit this ball. He's got to find a way to create distance. I don't know that he can go from the left side. He's going to have to come to the right side, I believe. So he'd like to catch it full and maybe get the 2 down table. Oh, yeah, he went above, or excuse me, below the right middle. All that while, I felt like he was going to catch the 2 pretty thin that way. Left it right over the corner. (4-7) tied up. And this isn't even straightforward. He's going to have to draw past the 6. Probably use the rail to come out with a low right ball. Right there, maybe entertaining opening the 7-4 up now. Boy, awfully dangerous. Tough enough to just get on the 3. Yeah, I think that's the right decision. Didn't land where he wanted. Sometimes you've just got to take what the table gives you.
I know everyone's very interested in the outcome of Table 4, so I will give you the news that Fedor Gorst, fighter extraordinaire, is on the hill against Amir Ali at 10-9. That after losing the first 7 racks. Fascinating, Phil, and you and I talked about it. I said after you mentioned he was down 7-0, he had just won that game, so he was trailing 7-1. I said, well, it's a race to 11. I had a feeling that match was a long way from over. Yeah, it would have meant so much to Amir Ali to get the result there because of the prestige of the player he's up against, let alone the prestige of the championship in which he's involved. So it was a double whammy for Ali. Oh, and it's a double whammy for sure. Yeah, and to your point, Phil, just think about the reverse of that. What about Fedor Gorst going into his next match, if he happens to get this match down, going into his match trailing 7-0, coming back with the W? Wow. Confidence will be at an all-new high. Other outside table news. Table 5, Hill, Robbie Capito and Ralph Suke. Can the grand old warrior gain another victory?
Yeah, you want to talk about an amazing player in his prime, the surgeon, Ralph Souquet. I used to love watching him play.
Well, there's a link, of course, between Souquet and David Alcaide, the man we're watching right now. Alcaide, best known individually for winning 2 World Masters titles. Ralph Souquet won that tournament 6 times.
Yeah, what's that tell you? Such a fascinating player. The surgeon as well.
Yes, a man who leaves no stone unturned. Apparently the neatest packer as well of a suitcase you're ever likely to see.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, Alcaide looking good to me, Phil. I know this was pretty straightforward, but the vibe I get from him, looking good.
And the first rack falls to the Spaniard. He's 45 years of age now, David Alcaide, but he's got a very youthful approach to life. He's always smiling, very positive, hangs around with his protege, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. They're very similar in that regard, always a ray of light on the circuit. I think one thing that might be interesting, you know, Carl Boyes mentioned this, he was chatting with Jason Shaw after Shaw's win over Mustafa Alner this afternoon. Shaw wasn't happy with the table. And guess which table it was on? Yes, this one. He beat Alner on table 1 and he's back there on a table he doesn't particularly like.
Yeah, and I don't know, Phil, I'll just be honest, I don't know if it's necessarily the table versus the air conditioning. I was actually the first person he came to in the middle of that match. He had to move his chair about 3 feet over or 4 feet over because the air was coming straight down on him. He was freezing. Come up to me and said, "Hey, will you please try and get somebody to turn the air down?"
Yeah, that was definitely a consideration, but also he did mention to Carl he didn't like some of the reactions he was getting. He couldn't quite work them out. But you know, if Shaw starts to fire, everyone can watch out. Inspirational player. David Alcaide not inspired by that. The 9-ball spoiling his fun.
Yeah, interesting situation here, Phil. The push out, really dangerous due to where the 1 is. So he's gonna go to the jump cue. I think he's got to entertain the rail first doing this. It's going to make the 1 a bigger ball than trying to go straight at it. And that's what he's looking at now. It'll also carry position if he hits this correctly. You know, the push out just really risky where the 1's at. You know Shaw, well, he'll take it on. From this angle, doesn't look too difficult. Just got to clear the 9.
Forces the 1 ball in. He's on the 2. The angle for the 3 might be there. All looking good for Alcaide at the moment. Looking very good for Billy Thorpe. He started his last 32 match against Mickey Krause by winning the first 3 racks. Rapido.
Yeah, and I'd say that's a pretty good draw. Nothing against Mickey. He did beat FSR, as I witnessed. We all witnessed this afternoon, but Billy in the practice room all afternoon today. Not surprised.
Clever shot there from Alcaide. He potted it on the thick side, which meant he held the cue ball a little easier than he might have done had he potted the 2 into the middle of the pocket. And now 2-0 is very much beckoning.
Yeah, it is, and that shot he just played is also clever. Knew he was going to miss the 4, carry the angle to come back over for the purple. Looks really good. Like we all know, he was struggling at the PLP. Doesn't seem to be slowing down here.
I think he's one of those players, Scott, and I think you might well agree. He's one of those players who is assisted when he has a shot clock. Now, we know the shot clock is not on this table, but sometimes it makes Alcaide's mind up for him. He can get bogged down and a little too slow for his own good, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeremy and I have talked about that as well, and you're 100% on the money. I think that at times, without a shot clock, he can talk himself out of certain situations. Here, he's going.
David Alcaide, a match for anyone, and he's taken the first 2 racks from Jason Shaw. By the way, although Shaw is in early trouble here, we are guaranteed 1 Brit in the last 16, because later on tonight Chris Melling will face Elliot Sanderson. The 2 Englishmen will go head to head, so one of them will emerge victorious.
Yeah, that'll be a barn burner. Both of those players pretty emotional. Gotten to know Elliot quite a bit lately. Smart young man, very talented. Love it when he celebrates. He wins a match. Don't worry, the room's going to know about it.
As they did this afternoon, although when he beat Roland Garcia, quite comfortably actually, his shout, yes, it was discernible, but it wasn't quite as energised as yesterday when he came through 9-8 against Mustafa Alda in winners' qualification. That was a scream of delight.
No, this man's going to be tough to beat. Didn't hit him real hard. Gotta wonder if Jason... Yeah, look at the smirk on Jason's face. I don't think it was intentional. He just didn't hit him too hard. The result was great. The 1 dropping in the left middle. Look at this, Phil. Everything leading to the next. If he gets on the pink 4.
Yes, he's not been as high profile or as prolific a winner as Shaw over the years, but he's had an awful lot of success. Reigning European Open champion, he will defend that title in Fulda, Germany in August. As we mentioned, the 2 World Masters crowns in 2017 and again 2 years later. He's been on multiple winning Mosconi Cup teams.
A little tricky. He should be fine here. He's just a little straighter than he wanted to be, and that's the result. Really quick in the final backswing. I wonder if we'll get a replay of this, but the final backswing was real quick. Typically when David makes a big error like that, he gets fast in the backswing. Distance or the long ball can be David's demise at times. Not the man at the table though, Phil.
No, I agree though. There's no doubt about it. In terms of pure potting ability, Shaw is the better player. No doubt.
Well, this is going to tell us a lot. He needs to get this down. Oh, he's caught it way thick, Phil.
And like all players who are inspired, who can be brilliant, he does have bad days.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's well said. We all have bad days. It's going to happen. And Alcaide does have the gap. I like how he hit that with authority. Didn't give it any opportunity for a miss hit. So Shaw looking a little bit off here early. Yeah, pretty aggressive there too.
David Alcaide has spent some time in the commentary box over the years, you know, for Eurosport, the Spanish language snooker he covers. Don't think he's doing a lot of it right now, but he has done in the past.
For the most part, Phil, I really like what I see from Alcaide. A little bit surprised about Shaw right now. I'm sure he'll pull through it, but a little bit iffy.
Three 0, the Alcaide hat-trick to start the match. Now, I can't wait any longer. I have to tell you the score. Fedor Gorst, 7-0 down. He has beaten Amir Ali 11-9. Talk about going to the well repeatedly. What a tough tournament it's been for him, but he's still standing, Scott.
Yeah, he's still standing, and you've got to wonder what this is going to do for his confidence. I mean, think about that. Think about that. He's 7-0 down. I mean, if he's 3 down in his next match, or 3-0 down, that won't feel like anything.
So he plays next this evening against Chang Yulong from Chinese Taipei, who beat Joniuski of Finland 11-9. Just 2 last 64 matches still going on. Hunter Lombardo leads Mario He 7-6. Capito and Suke still in their decider. Making sure everything about the rack is as good as it possibly can be, and that's so vitally important, Scott.
Yeah, continue to study Alcaide's face, and he really seems focused. Really does seem focused. Looks like a completely different man from the last event I covered him on. Well, as soon as I say that, well, how are things going for Alcaide? This could have easily went in the drink, Phil.
The overhead camera shows that cue ball almost defying gravity. It seems as though it's more than halfway over the lip. It isn't, obviously, but...
No, it sure seems like it, though. Boy, what a tester here. Does he trust the table and just roll this? I think he's got to. Oh, nicely done, Mr. Shaw.
From across the arena, we know that Capito and Suke, we know their match is complete. We don't know who's got the verdict. We can't see from our position. The crowd disperse. As soon as we know, you'll know.
Yeah, they're a long ways from us. Capito putting his cues away on the table. I can't see Ralph.
Well, unlike certain other players we talked about shouting in the moment of victory, you'd never see that from Ralph Suke. He's very reserved.
Well, then that should probably tell us a lot. Oh no, Jason Shaw catching the point. Does he have a look at the 4-9? Oh, just what the doctor ordered for Jason Shaw.
Scott, Jason Shaw got the point, and he got the rack as a direct result. He puts his first rack on the board. David Alcaide's lead is now 3-1. And I can tell you, guess who won? The Kaiser.
I was going to say, Phil, that match was such a grind. He's been through so much. That was a huge win. The Kaiser letting out a little emotion.
Yes, Ralph Souquet through by 11 racks to 10. So that leaves only one last 64 match out there. Hunter Lombardo playing some of the pool of his life. The American leading Austria's Mario He, 8-6.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
I think it's always the case, isn't it, when you get down to single elimination, the tournament comes alive because every match has massive jeopardy.
Yeah, Phil, we were just talking about that on center stage. There's so much to discuss. There's so much to watch. The energy in the room just completely changes. Everything getting a little bit more intense. Oh, wow. Great sign for Shaw. The one is down.
By the way, thank you for supporting the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel in such large numbers over the course of the week, and indeed the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel as well, which is trained on table 2. We don't know what the next match is on this table, but as soon as the news comes through, we'll impart it.
Yeah, this is close. Going to go behind the 7 here? Yeah, he's going to try and get him behind the 7. He's got a lot of room to do it. Only thing is, Phil, the 2's laid up on that right long rail. It's actually a big ball. Alcaide, we all know the Spaniard, real good at a game called 3 cushion. Well, that means he's real good at kicking as well.
Those top 3 cushion guys defy belief. I know our colleague David Hendon has done an awful lot of commentary on 3 cushion, and he's hugely impressed, and he can't fail to be.
Yeah, fascinating game, 3 cushion. I got addicted to it for some time, several years back.
Of course, Scott, you're the king of one pocket. In that game, there's no pockets.
There's no pockets. Yeah, I was a bit confused the first few times I played. Boy, I feel like there's a path here. Yeah, and I feel like he can do this. Obviously, I think the pink 4 is a bigger problem than the yellow 9. Okay, look at this. So he's looking to bend the cue ball below and around the purple 5. How has he hit it, Phil, with position?
You know, when we do ITV snooker, we have a feature called Hot Shots. All of the best shots of the week we include. That was a hot shot.
Yeah, no doubt, right away. Thought the decision was pretty aggressive. He didn't have much of a choice. That might really get him going. Yeah, maybe a little concern from the 5 to the 6. He's got to get out. At least towards the center here. He's okay if he ends up straight in on the 5. Oh, looking pretty good. Mr. Alcaide doesn't like the angle. Tells me he's got just the wrong angle. Yeah, so really going to need to power this. If he doesn't think he can cheat it, you can cheat draw this ball if it's laying right. Oh, and he's stretched as well. Pretty good from there, Phil.
In his opening match, he seemed very tentative, as though he was overawed by the occasion, and you can understand why. It's a huge occasion. But tonight he seems like his old self. He seems like his Mosconi Cup self.
Yeah, seems a lot looser than I've actually seen him in months. Oh, he's overcut it.
I thought he might be saved by leaving really awkward queuing over the 9-ball, but not even that.
You can't give the man at the table too many opportunities. That was an opportunity to really start closing the door. You just can't make that mistake if you're Alcaide. Caught it too thin. That's why the cue ball crashed into the 9. If he hits it where he's supposed to, it's automatic. Might have to go rail first here. Yeah, and that's what he did. He needs it to travel. Oh boy. Sure are having this cue ball cleaned a lot, aren't they?
Yes, that was definitely a feature of the Shane Van Boning match this afternoon that Scott and I commentated on over on the main table, where now, by the way, Mohamed Soufi is 2-1 up on Badr Alawadi.
Pretty cagey. Is the cue ball going to leak out? David, very good at chipping the edge of these balls. If you can see a piece of the 8, Phil, I look for him to get back up table with the cue ball. Oh, he can see almost all of it. Oh, this is a shot he played at the PLP. Everybody thought he got away with it or got lucky. He actually ended up freezing his opponent behind the 9. Well, he didn't get lucky because he just played it again. Used a check side English, killed it off the second rail into the back of the other object ball.
Big rack this. And Shaw, the great potter, just isn't firing. It was tough, yes. It was high on the scale of difficulty, but he's such a good potter, you expect him to do something special.
Yeah, this isn't exactly straightforward either. Much easier than the one Shah just faced. Cue ball naturally gonna come around 2 rails. Oh, he's up for it.
The 9 follows the 8. David Alcaide leads 4-1. As we've seen already today, this is still very early days in the race to 11. But Alcaide must be feeling a whole lot better than his rival right now. Let me give you the last 32 scores. Billy Thorpe 4-1 over Mickey Krause. Dang Junho and Lee Van Cortese have shared the first 4 racks. Mohamed Soufi now 3-1 up on Badr Alawadi. As I speak, Lee Van Cortese taking a 3-2 lead over Dang. It's 3-1 for Johan Chua over Max Lechner. Eklund Kachi 2-1 over BJ Ussery. And just as Fedor Gorst and Joshua Filler fight back from big deficits to stay in the tournament by winning their last 64 matches within the last hour, Another massive name is plunged into the mire. Ko Ping Chung finds himself 4-0 down to Mark Beisterbosch.
This is just crazy, some of these deficits. Yeah, Filler trailed 9-4 at one point. Obviously, Federer 7-0. Now, another one that I had picked to possibly win it, Ko Ping Chung, trailing 4-0.
Well, Beisterbosch was runner-up in the Spanish Open last year to Dang Junhui, and I can tell you what, if his break is working, he can be a match for anyone. His break-off is explosive. I always think his break-off is rather like his surname, Beisterbosch.
I like it, Phil. And Jason Shaw doesn't like this. Alcaide getting a good look at the two. I don't believe he's going to play it aggressively, but his break is looking real nice. Now he's taking a look, Phil, at playing the two to the lower left. I feel like that's a little bit haphazard. Is he going to go up towards the 8 here with a defensive shot? Yeah, that's more like it.
In last year's World Nineball Championship in Poland, it was a similar story actually. Jason Shaw looking good in his first 3 matches, got to the last 32, and then suddenly it all fell apart and he was beaten 11-10 by Canada's John Morra.
Yeah, in all fairness, Jason Shaw, man of many hats. He's got a lot going on, many irons in the fire. Sometimes wonder how he does it. Boy, that was also way off the mark.
Yeah, a Scot. He's based in Connecticut in the USA in the Northeast. He has a new pool room in Dubai, doesn't he? Named after him, and they're going to have a ranking event there at the conclusion of the championship. He's also constantly trying to break his own straight pool record, isn't he, with number of balls spotted.
Yeah, he doesn't stop, and then also a father and a husband.
And European Mosconi Cup captain.
Yeah, that too.
Multitasking, I think they call it, Scott.
Yeah, slightly. I think he's okay with just stopping right here. Maybe come back an inch or two. Yeah, he's good. Games ago, we did see Alcaide miss a ball up in the top right, similar to where the 7 is now. I believe it was the 4. It's a little closer to the rail. I don't think he's going to miss the one up the rail this time.
.41 is now 5-1, and Jason Shaw, the great British hope in this World Nineball Championship here in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, is in some form of trouble, especially with David Alcaide playing so tidily. The last 64 match continues on. It's over on table 8. Hunter Lombardo moving ever closer to the winning line. He leads Mario He 9-7. Billy Thorpe's lead reduced to 4-3 over Mickey Kraus. 4-2 now for Lee Van Corteza over Dang Junho. 4-1 for the flying machine that is Mohamed Soufi. He plays so quickly. Johan Chua 3-2 over Max Lechner. 2 each, Eklund Kachi and BJ Usuri. And Koping Chung has got a rack on the board against Mark Barstebosch. The Dutchman leading 4-1. Got some really good games later on, the likes of Joshua Filler, who takes on Oscar Dominguez. Anton Raga awaits either Lombardo or He. Fedor Gorst will play Chang Yulong, and as I said before, the all-British clash between Chris Melling and Elliot Sanderson. The one ball not in. In fact, nothing's in. Dry. By the way, the one player we haven't mentioned, one of the great characters of the World Nineball Tour, Naoki Oi, he was well behind against Alexa Pachelsch, but he came through 11-10 this afternoon, and he now plays Portugal's João Grillo. That's in the next wave of matches. Against many other players it might be no damage done, but this kind of shot is normally meat and drink for sure. Normally, but this hasn't been a normal match. He's been somewhat subdued, to say the least, and again he's getting the cue ball cleaned. Obviously picking up chalk. Oh, that's silky. Wonderful pot from Eagle Eye. Now will that one ball be the catalyst for better things? Little short on the four. The knock-on effect, he made contact with a 7, but it's not blocking the 5. Cue ball is a little close to the side cushion though. Maybe a little early to start talking about imperative racks to win, but I think from Shaw's perspective this is a must-win rack. He requires something to lift his spirits. A much better rack for Jason Shaw. all set up by that well-cued one ball. So 5-2 Alcaide. Mario He fighting back against Hunter Lombardo in the lone last 64 match still going. Lombardo leading 9-8. Eklund Kachi has regained the lead against BJ Usuri at 3-2. Max Lechner had a slow start against Johan Chua, but now back on level terms. Parity achieved at 3-3. And the same applies for Mickey Kraus. He's back on level terms with Billy Thorpe. He was off to that flyer, leading 3-0 in no time. Just a reminder, if you require it, the first prize here is $250,000 US dollars. The runner-up receives $100,000 US dollars, which is $40,000 more than FSR won as champion last year.
Yeah. Quarterfinalists are $27,000 apiece. The last 16 are locked in at $15,000. Shaw goes straight in the middle.
Yes, as we were talking about Cash, he was most certainly not on the money with that shot. I think he gave out a sarcastic good shot to himself. David Alcaide is not complaining at all.
You know, Carl really talked about how poorly Shaw played, winning that match earlier today, 9-3. I glanced over there quite a bit, and I didn't think he played that bad, but he just doesn't seem real sharp to me by any means right now.
Well, I didn't see the match because obviously I was commentating at the time, but Carl was adamant that he played very, very poorly, and he basically said that he was able to win so comfortably because Mustafa Alner, having had a good championship by and large, just didn't turn up.
Yeah, well, Alcaide would have liked to have gotten a little higher on this 3. He can come out towards the center. He wants to get thinner on this 4 so he doesn't have to deal with the 9. So the further out to the center he gets here, the better. That looks a bit weak, Phil. Is he there? Almost looked like he decelerated just a bit. Body language tells me he's fine, and this angle tells me he's fine as well. Yeah, he bent the cue ball there. Maybe a little more than he wanted. He should be fine. One rail back up for the 6 in the top left. Maybe a touch of a high right ball. Looks like he's center ball, but I think he'll move. Yeah. I thought he'd go to a high cue ball there. He was center, like he had to stun it one rail up. It looked natural with a high ball. Putting the stun on it, in a way, killed the cue ball. Does he take the bank on? This was off by some margin.
Yeah, for someone who's known for one of the most famous banks in 9-ball history, that was a skew. It came off the cushion so narrow.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. If there was ever anything to get Shaw going or loosening him up, it's this. Alcaide knows it. You don't want this guy getting loose on you. came all the way back. Didn't want to take the cut from there. Had to hit that ball clean to do what he did. He and Skylar Woodward, a couple other players, get the most out of the shot he just shot there on the 8. Very little effort to get back out towards the center.
Yes, the bank from David Alcaide that was nowhere near cost him. It's now 5-3 in favour of the Spaniard. Not in terms of style, never, because these two are very different in that regard. But in terms of where they stack up, what's happened to them, they are similar. Jason Shaw, World 9-Ball Tour number 5. David Alcaide 8th in those rankings. They're having to play in the last 32. Just how harsh is that? Also, they've had lots of Mosconi Cup heroism. I think Alcaide's more efficient, whereas, as you say, Jason Shaw, if he can get on a roll, sometimes he's hard to comprehend. The other thing they have in common, both of them last year won a major World 9-Ball Tour ranking event, 256 entrants, and they emerged as the last man standing. Shaw at the Hanoi Open, David Alcaide at the European Open, both after epic finals.
Shaw breaking good. He's not coming away with a good shot, though. Last 2 trips to the table after the break, he's either had to roll out or play safe on the 2. And look at the 3, Phil. Along with the 6 and 8, this rack, a bit of a mess. And that gives you any idea how big of a mess it is. Very rarely will you see these guys just leave a wide open object ball for their opponent.
Yeah, I think with Jason Shaw, he's not the kind of animal who enjoys pushing out. It's just not his scene.
Yeah, he is not entertained at the moment.
It's like a fan of heavy metal turning up at a classical concert.
I don't think he wants to make this ball. Yeah. Well, he's got cover on the purple 5. Shaw gonna whack at this. Oh, he's caught it thin. The last thing he wants is a scratch. This could give an opportunity to Alcaide to open everything up. That was disaster. Now, he's got decisions to make. You might want to just take your opportunity now to remove the 3. Doesn't really do you any good to lay him up behind the 6 now, because you're going to remove the 2. So then the opportunity to open the 3 up kind of goes away. Well, this is better than his first decision. Could just lay up in between the 3 and 6. The 9 and 5, causing Shaw problems with the 1-rail kick. Not only that, Phil, he could lay the 2 up between the 4 and 5. Or excuse me, the 4 and 8. This will be really nasty if executed.
The mindset of Alcaide to inflict maximum pain.
man, maximum pain it is. He has cut everything off. Shaw immediately going to a mass A.
No frozen, yeah.
Oh,
Certain baseball players can't hit the curve. No problem for Jason Shaw.
wow, very, very fun to watch. He shot a shot similar to that in Hanoi that's gone viral on YouTube. He didn't quite get there, just missed the object ball, but he massaged all around the table. Well, this one, beautiful. Well, Alcaide said, do it again. Does have a 2-rail line up around the 7. I don't think the 9 is in the way. What's he got up his sleeve here, Phil? Is he going to do it again? Or does he have some type of a jump kick?
I think because he's coming diagonally off that long rail, massaging is actually more difficult here than it was previously.
Yeah, so he's jumping a piece of something here. Uh-oh.
Highly tactical rack gives him the opportunity to tell you in that last 64 match that's still going on. Mario He now back on level terms with Hunter Lombardo at 9-9.
Well, Alcaide, speaking of 9-9, he is going at the 9.
The 9 was in motion and it went right towards the middle pocket and dropped in. 2-9 combination. David Alcaide wins the tactical tussle and he now leads by 6 racks to 3. He's doubling up on Jason Shaw. Last 32 scorelines. Mickey Krause and Billy Thorpe 5-5. Dang Jinhu, many people's dark horse to lift the trophy on Saturday. He's 5-4 up on Lee Van Corteza. Mohamed Soufi 5-2 on Badr Alawadi. Another match tied up. Max Lechner and Johan Schur at 4-4. Same story, although a little slower in terms of racks played. Eklund Kachi and BJ Ussery 3-3. And now Mark Bosch de Bosch. He's keeping Koping Young Chung at arm's length. It's 5-2 in favour of the Dutchman over the reigning US Open champion.
Yeah, Phil, well, I've got to say it. BJ Ussery doesn't get the credit he deserves. The young man's a grinder. He's been around a long time. I know I called him a young man. Well, he's playing a lot of young men. He was nervous about playing Kachi. I said, man, you're not playing Kachi. You're playing the table. Seems to be holding his own. 3 games apiece.
Yes, and of course, if you were to beat Kachi, he would move into serious contention for a Mosconi Cup debut. Lots of water under the bridge before that happens, but major ranking points on offer here. We've talked about the money a lot, but it's also the ranking points, the doors that they open.
Yeah, well said. BJ, very content with being an underdog in any match he plays. He's told me numerous times he just wants to slide under the radar, make Team USA.
Well, he's from North Carolina. Of course, the Mosconi Cup this year for the first time in Orlando, Florida. Just a trip down I-95. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia into the Sunshine State.
down just a fraction more, I think, on the 3. Notice the pink 4 up on the top right. Tied up with the 7. I think he's got the angle to go towards the 7, though. Yeah, he did real good with the 2. Well, this is a bit short.
Yes, he's not a player with great cue power. He certainly didn't punch that enough, didn't widen the angle enough to make contact on the 7 and therefore promote the 4 into open play.
Yeah, I think if he falls a little bit more shallow on the 3, he's got a better line. To your point, not a big power player. I don't know, Phil, can you just flick the pink? Stay behind the 7?
Yes, he can. Nothing available on the 4 ball directly for sure.
This might not get a rail, and it hasn't. Jason just doesn't seem amused to me. I mean, his energy just, I don't know what's going on. It's been from the beginning of this match, it's felt like.
I just wonder, all kinds of stuff can come into the equation, can't they? I just wonder whether it was returning to this table after he's, well, not bad experience this afternoon. He won the match 11-3, but there are plenty of tables out there, and yet he's back on the one he was a few hours ago.
Yeah, it's a good point. A lot of people think that Shaw's favored by Matchroom. It's definitely not the case, and that's proven here. Alcaide like that to carry just a little bit more. Get behind the green 6.
No.
Asking if the pink was frozen. Should make a good hit here. Got a good chance to get safe. I don't know if he hit it hard enough to get safe. Boy, a little firmer. He gets up past the brown.
Mario He on the hill against Hunter Lombardo at 10-9.
It's a little firm. Still tricky. Yeah, if he elects to come behind the 8 here, the 4's definitely going to come out. Wow. I think that went all types of wrong for Shaw. Did he get cover on the 9? What I mean, Phil, is I just don't believe that he played the 4 over to that long rail. I think he was trying to get closer to the back of the 8. Things just kind of going Alcaide's way, though, right? Got away with that.
Yeah, there's no doubt in this match he deserves his lead. But he has had some nuanced luck. Not some outrageous luck, but some nuanced luck.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit more here. If he makes good contact, a lot of good things can happen. Catching the top half of the 4 would be ideal. I didn't think he could get enough past the 6, and this is going to turn out good. And this has gotten in a spot where the rail first option, really tricky. So I don't know if you can call that good fortune. I feel like that was a real good hit. Alcaide known to kick the ball real well. He had that in mind.
There's no doubt with the amount of times that Jason Shaw is having the cue ball cleaned that he's noticing something on it.
Yeah, I agree. You don't see that from him very often. So something bothering him there as well.
Table 1 in the corner of this terrific venue. I think it's one of the best, the World Nineball Tour, if not the best venue we've ever been to.
Yeah, that was a tall order. I think he's gotten away with it. Kind of gave the hand like he apologized, but pretty good contact. And back to what you just said, Phil. For me, it's the best venue I've ever been to.
It's the perfect dimension. It's large enough for multiple tables, but small enough to have that intimate quality.
Yeah, and it's all the small details, right? The fan zone, the VIP rooms, the way the people treat you. It's a special place.
Well, they're doing ice cream in the fan zone. Haagen-Dazs.
How do you know, Phil?
I was there last night, indulging. 2 scoops, strawberries and cream, vanilla. Lovely.
Sounds good. All right. Coming in the back of the 4 here. Uh-oh, an opportunity for Shaw.
Yes, a golden opportunity. He's not been firing, and yet if he rattles off these balls, which he most certainly should do, he's only going to be 2 adrift at 6-4.
Just doesn't want to land straight on the 8. And he was highly aware of that. He wants the cue ball cleaned again. So maybe a slight skid there. That's why he landed so short.
Yes, skid is the pool term. Kick is the term that we use in snooker, but they're the same thing. Unwanted. In snooker, the number of kicks has been drastically reduced over the last few years with the advent of Taum chalk, which not all of the players are using, but the vast majority. Yeah, kicks have been reduced, and so too lively bounces off cushions. And it's a little more lively now for Jason Shaw. David Alcaide leads 6-4. The scratch costing him rack 10. I think Jason Shaw is taking a little bit of a timeout, so that gives me the opportunity to give you up-to-date scores. Mickey Kraus 6-5 up on Billy Thorpe now. Thorpe made a very quick start, but Kraus is finding his feet. Dang Junhu. He beat Mark Bosch in the final of the Spanish Open in Lugo last year. It really was a blockbusting match. He's a fine player, and he could go all the way. Mohammed Soufi's lead over Badr Alawadi of Kuwait reduced to 5-3. Johan Chua back in the ascendancy against Max Lechner at 6-4. Just about to begin on table 4, Jeffrey Ignacio and Patrick Gonzalez, the two Filipinos crossing cues. Eklan Kachi 4-3 up on BJ Usuri. There we can see Max Lechner trying to bridge the gap against Chua. Tough match to call that when we started out. Mark Bosch 6-3 now over Ko Ping Chung. Now the match is just beginning. Pius Labutis against Wojciech Szewczyk. Lithuania against Poland, and Japan against Portugal in Naoki Oi and Zhao Griot. Lechner had a really good win last night to be in single elimination. He overcame Skylar Woodward. As for this afternoon, it was another hard-fought affair. He beat Dennis Grabber 11-8. He has been to a US Open final. But of course, Johan Chua, in partnership with James Arenas, has won a Matchroom Major, the World Cup of Pool for the Philippines. Funnily enough, around this time last year. So last 64 and last 32 today. Tomorrow, the penultimate day of the championship, we'll have the last 16 matches in the afternoon, the quarterfinals at night. Then it's semi-finals on Saturday afternoon, the grand final on Saturday night, a race to 15 for a first prize of $250,000. And effectively it's more than that, because if you're European, it books your passage into the Mosconi Cup and the Reyes Cup. If you're an American, Mosconi Cup, here you come. You're definitely going to be in the World Masters next year, which is the top 14 in the World Nineball Tour rankings plus a couple of wild cards. So the total value of winning on Saturday, apart from feeling $1 million, if you pardon the pun, the actual financial value is around $300,000 in just the guarantees I've mentioned. Now the referee there racked up the balls, but Jason Shaw said to him before he went to the restroom, "Can I see you rack the balls when I come back?" So the referee doing just that, under the watchful eye of Eagle Eye. And to the uninitiated, Scott, we can't overstate just how important a clean rack is.
Yeah, I agree. You get the sense Jason hasn't been comfortable. And I'll tell you, from a player's perspective, when the balls start to grab, twist, and turn a little bit, and you see that with the naked eye, it will make you hesitant. Well, wow. What an opener here.
Break and runouts have been at a premium. I was about to say we should see one here, and then Shaw, because he hit the object ball too thick, the cue ball didn't travel enough, and he's left himself horribly awkward over the pink 4.
Yeah, and he dramatically decelerated as well, Phil. He did hit the object ball too thick, but I don't know if it ever really had the pace he wanted to begin with. He'd have been happier way out in the middle of the table.
Using the 9 as a buffer to hold the cue ball in mid-table.
Yeah, and there's a lot we could all learn from that shot, Phil. A lot of amateurs, including myself, would probably try and go forward, rolling the cue ball 2 rails. He stunned it. A little easier to make the ball. Probably a lot easier to make the ball.
And now this is the linchpin pot of the rack.
Anywhere out. Just below the left center. He needed this. If you're a Jason Shaw fan, you've still got hope.
Yes, genuine hope. A break and run out for Jason Shaw. Now he wants more of the same as he breaks off in rack 12. The last 64 is over. Mario He comes back from behind late on to beat Hunter Lombardo 11-9. So many tight matches in the last 32. The only semblance of a runaway is a very surprising scoreline. Mark Bosch-de-Bosch 7-3 up on Ko Ping Chung.
From the pink 4 on the 2. He's got the 1 down. Pretty straightforward safety play here. If he can get past the double kiss on the 2, he can lock him up behind the pink 4. It's a little touchy. And he's hampered over the 8 as well. All ball fouls. Doesn't want to catch anything with his shirt or anything like that. Yeah, so he must not like it, Phil. Trying to cinch him up behind the 4. Might be a little straight to do that. You'd have to cut the 2 to the right just a fraction with an inside ball.
Just had a thought, you know, if you're Jason Shaw's coach, just tell him this is the Turning Stone Classic. I think he's won it 9 times. Just hypnotise Jason Shaw and tell him he's in New York State.
Yeah, I don't know if he's ever lost it. Well, that's the shot I was talking about. He just didn't feel good over it. I thought it laid right, and the way he played it tells me it did lay right. Very rare situation where Shaw might have talked himself out of a good play.
Yeah, wholesale misjudgment there. Catching the 2 incorrectly. Not getting the hook, which we thought was all but guaranteed.
Wow, does the 2 pass the 9? Having a good look at it now. Now he's looking to the lower left.
And how momentum can shift. Good 2-ball, and look at the pace on the white. I'm not going to say perfect, but as near as.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. He had to swerve to the 2 to begin with. I don't think he had a full pocket either. Well, this is weak. Need the cue ball cleaned again. Pretty strange, Phil, because these tables are flawless. Like, typically, everything is very clean. One thing I will say, which I was surprised about when I touched down here in Jeddah, it's very, very humid here. Very humid here.
Yes, we're in a beautiful country for its abundant sunshine, and we're right next to the sea, so consequently the humidity levels are quite high. Jeddah, by the way, is home to the very busy port that we drive next to each day on the way from the hotel to the venue. It's the second biggest city in Saudi Arabia, and there's been a settlement here, Scott, since the 6th century BC, just before Ralph Souquet was born.
You gotta stop, Phil. You're killing me. Oh, pretty clever. Classy shot there, going into the purple 5. Turning out perfect. He can draw back for the 6 now. I don't see much slowing him down here.
Yeah, just going back to the port here, it's the second busiest in the entire Middle East.
Yeah, that's saying something, because they have a lot going on out here. He's going to have to drift down with an inside ball just a little bit here, I think. Yeah, very well done.
It was all about that too. First, Shaw's inability to get the hook. Then Alcaide's slice of magic. (7-5), 4 more needed by the likeable Spaniard. One of the great attractions here in Jeddah is King Fahd's fountain, which I have actually seen in operation. It is remarkable. I thought I'd seen a very big fountain in Fountain Hills, actually, in Arizona. But this one, it's the world's tallest at 1,024 feet. Water goes into the air over 1,000 feet. Incredible.
Can that be seen from our hotel room?
I've seen it on the way to a meal when we first arrived here on Sunday.
The first night I arrived, I thought I saw the same thing.
It's my second visit to Saudi Arabia. My first was at the tail end of last year when we came out for the Riyadh season World Masters of Snooker, which featured all of the top players in the game. and was won by Ronnie O'Sullivan. The atmosphere on the finals night, he beat Luca Bracel to capture the title. The atmosphere was simply terrific. And of course, O'Sullivan rose to the occasion, as he normally does.
Oh, the 9 was headed right behind the 1. 2 dressed up in the lower right. Look at the 9 get kissed by the 6. Will that have an effect on this rack? Most likely not. The only work I see is possibly from the 6 to the 7. He's got a little work to do. The 5 to the 6 could be tricky.
Contrasting 2s. The one in the previous rack was superb. That one was unmissable.
Yeah, and I feel like he came a fraction short there. He'll manage. Come 1 rail out below the 5, just like so. Taking a look, is he better off almost stopping right there? Yeah, not bad. Wants to avoid any contact with the 9 here.
I can tell you, by the way, and I know Scott will be interested in this, we've just had the news about our last match of the day on table 1. It will be Chris Melling against Elliot Sanderson.
Yeah, that'll be entertaining, to say the least. He came too far here. He's got a lot of work now, Phil, to get back down here for the 7. Wanted to avoid the 9. That's probably why he put a little more into it. But he's got a real poor angle. If he goes forward, he's going to flirt with the 8 and 9. That's what he's concerned about. I feel like he got as much out of that as he could. He's landed on the rail. Better put all your focus into knocking this down.
Seven in, another tester on the 8. And there's just a thought in my mind, this one might go astray. Let's just see how still he is on the shot. That's the most important thing.
Well, you called it, Phil. You called it. He was worried about where the 9 was going to go. Never felt comfortable.
Technically, sometimes Alcaide is led down by movement on that particular kind of mammoth shot. He could well have been 3 adrift, Jason Shaw. As it is, what a bonus for him. The missed 8 ball from Alcaide is good news for the Scot. It's now 7-6. So the second wave of last 32 matches have begun. No Kioi leading Zhao Griot 2-1. Piers Labutis and Wojciech Szewczyk are just getting their match underway. Actually, Labutis is 2-0 up. Victor Zielinski and Ralph Souquet in their first rack. Eklund Kachi inching ahead of BJ Ussery at 6-3. Jeffrey Ignacio and Patrick Gonzalez 2-2. Johan Chua 7-4 now over Max Lechner. It's 6-6. Mohamed Soufi and Bada Alawadi. Alawadi fighting back with gusto. Lee Van Corteza 7-6 over Dang Jinhu. Mickey Kraus 8-6 over Billy Thorpe. And I've left the most interesting scoreline to last. Mark Beisterbosch 8-3 up on Ko Ping Chung.
Yeah, another favorite of the tournament, trailing big time.
Of course, if Ko Ping Chung and Shaw both lose, it would mean that 3 of the world's top 5 in the World Nineball Tour rankings are out. The man at the top of the tree, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, beaten this afternoon by Mickey Kraus, and that means, regardless of who wins the title, whoever's left, whoever lifts that trophy on Saturday will be a potential world number 1. Maybe, you never know, someone who finishes second, but it's going to be a change.
Yeah, and those players being defeated just gives people an idea of the depth of talent the World Nineball Tour has. Shaw come around, made contact with the 7, Phil. Not going his way, but you've got to feel like he got fortunate to win the last game. He overcut the 2 a little bit. Shaw definitely seems irritated.
Yeah, it just seems to me he's not been in the ideal headspace from the start, and yet he's still only 1 rack behind. Just going back to what I said about the World Tour rankings, whoever wins the championship will be number 1 guaranteed. I've just done the mathematics.
Yeah, and you and Michael McMullen were talking about that at the beginning of this event.
Can you imagine if it were to come down to Hill? The tension, the pressure, the importance.
Yeah, this event, and I've said this on social media, on my own pages, this event is life-changing. If somebody who hasn't had a lot of success in the past happens to win this, it will change their lives forever. Not just because of the money. There's potential deals in the future. You're locked in as number 1 player in the world. I think you're guaranteed a spot on either side of Team Europe or Team USA.
Yeah, and of course for Europe it means Reyes Cup and Mosconi Cup.
Yeah, just
the Whirlpool Masters, put that in your diary.
Right, the benefits are massive.
But of course, because on the main table where the semi-finals and final will be played, because there's a shot clock there, there's going to be no procrastination, even if it comes down to Hill. Make up your mind. Make that life-changing decision quickly.
I think that's the way it should be. Well, this was... Why? I don't know. I don't know if he could do more, but he sure seems like it with his body language. I don't know what has gotten into Jason Shaw. The headspace, not accurate.
can give you some more information about the forthcoming attractions on the main TV table next. After Soufi's game, it will be Joshua Filler against Oscar Dominguez. And if you're a fan of Shane Van Boening, well, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel is the one for you, because Van Boening is on table 2 next against Alexander Kazakis in a repeat of the World Masters final, when extraordinarily Kazakis won 9-0. That was over in Gibraltar. I'll never forget it. He played very poorly, even though he won his semi-final, and yet he went out in the final and blanked SVB.
No, look at this for Shaw. That could have caught a piece of the 4, maybe a piece of the 8. It just comes right on through. Alcaide can't be mad. Yeah, really, Phil, one big shot away from a 2-game lead again.
I think Jason Shaw was shaking his head there because he thought that Alcaide had maybe overcooked the cue ball a little, and it might have gone behind the 9, but it hasn't.
Yeah, you want to be on the low side of the 4, so he could get closer to the 5. He doesn't want to have to contend with the 7, 8, and 9 here. Seems to be the story. Now, you don't want to overrun your work on the 6 either. Don't let up on this shot. Yeah, well handled there, Phil.
Again, though, I just have that vibe I had in the previous rack when he missed the 8. This is not a given, this clearance.
Well, the 8 does pass in the lower right, so I think if there's a blunder, it's going to be now. And he's going to come all the way around now, I believe, unless he can miss the 8 and draw 1 rail over. Pretty natural to go forward.
Jason Shaw has never been on level terms with David Alcaide. And that is going to remain the case. Alcaide led 3-0, 4-1, 5-1. Now, 3 away from his goal of reaching the last 16. Same applies to Mickey Kraus, 8-6 up on Billy Thorpe. Lee Van Corteza and Dang Junho, 7-7. 6-all Mohamed Soufi and Bada Alawadi. Johan Chua doubling up on Max Lechner now at 8-4. Jeffrey Ignacio in the second wave of matches, 3-2 up on Patrick Gonzalez. 6-3 for Eklund Kachi over BJ Ussery. 9-3 now for Mark Beisterbosch over the Koping Chung. The shocks just keep on coming. Piers Labutis 2-1 over Wojciech Szewczyk. Early days, Victor Zielinski and Ralph Souquet, they've shared the first couple of racks, and Naoki Oi leads Jacques Rio 3-2. He's a jokester, Oi. He's great company. Some of his interviews in the past have gone all around the world. He makes everyone laugh, but out there he's deadly serious. And a proper competitor.
Very competitive, extremely dangerous, Phil. And you talk about the last 16, and I can't help but continue to look at it. 15,000 guaranteed to the last 16. It's like winning most of the big events in the United States. Big money here. Is he going to get a look at the blue?
The 6, I think, is blocking Alcaide.
Yeah, and he's weighing this out. Push out against a guy like Shaw with the 2 looming over the top right. His percentages might just be better. Jumping at it. Although he does have to get down here for the 3 if he does make this. Well, Phil, he's going to have a window.
Yes, a window of opportunity. Wow.
Yeah, so notice the purple 5, the 8, and the 4 close together. His concern here is getting too far up. Because if he cuts the 4, he's going to have to go into the 8. So if he does get a little bit high, he'll probably have to play the cue ball with a low off the 8. Oh, pretty snazzy.
So David Alcaide saw that 5-1 lead reduced to 7-6. Is he benefiting from a second wind?
Yeah, he's going to have to catch the 8 full. He's going to draw off of it. Oh, everything rosy for Alcaide. Oof, caught that thin.
The first Spanish player to represent Europe in the Mosconi Cup is about to re-establish a 3-rack cushion. 9-6. Well run out, David Alcaide. He has gone deep in the World Championship before. 3 years ago, he was a semi-finalist. Last year, though, did nothing of great note. Beaten in the last 64 by Wojciech Szewczyk. And talking of Szewczyk, the Pole, he's playing right now 2-all with Piers Labutis after losing the first 2 racks. 7-3 for Eklund Kachi over BJ Ussery. And Mohamed Soufi is back in front at 7-6 against Bada Alawadi. Also in front, Dang Jinhu, 8-7. And Mickey Krause stretching away, 9-6 up on Billy Thorpe. Thorpe made such a bright start.
Yeah, a little unexpected, but Mickey's just stayed solid this whole event. Not a big surprise to me how Mickey's played. And there goes the 1 again, Phil. Oh, and the 2 catches the point. It might get him a shot on the 2. The overhead tells me different. look at Jason Shaw there. It's kind of how he's looked the whole match. Just not fully invested.
I think you used the word earlier on, which to me best applies. He seems irritated.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yes, we're not body language experts, but we know enough to suggest that way Shaw is sitting, he's not exactly happy with life. Certainly not happy with the way things are going in this match, or indeed the way he's performing in general, I believe. The one thing you can't legitimately complain about is David Alcaide's pace of play, which for me has been perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I don't think Alcaide's played slow by any means this match. I think if there was a shot clocking implemented here, it wouldn't affect either player. Clearly never going to affect Shaw, but Alcaide, none whatsoever in my opinion.
The primary objective for Jason Shaw is to keep Alcaide off the hill.
Yeah, and I'm just being honest. I'm friends with Jason, I'm friends with Alcaide, but I'm not impressed with Jason's body language here. Well, this is what he's great at. It held up.
That pendulum has been busy this evening, overworked, swinging one way then the other.
Oh, pretty cute. Opened the purple up. Got a good line on the 3, just a drop down for the 4. Didn't want to be below the 4 though. What does the 5-8 look like? What he's looking at now. A little lazy getting on this 4, in my opinion. Just put a little more attention to detail. If you stay above it, you don't have to go through all of this. This is probably the most time we've seen him take throughout this match. Maybe starting to realize the gravity of what's really at stake.
Yes, on the horns of a shot selection dilemma. You don't see Jason Shaw, as Scott said, you don't see him take this amount of time on shots very often. I think, though, it was worth the wait. Could have done with more pace on the cue ball slightly, but wasn't bad.
No, I really do like the shot he played there, Phil. I agree with you fully.
He's always been playing catch-up. But we've seen over the course of the last few years on the World Nineball Tour several matches where a player, the only time they're in front is right when it matters most, at the end. He is not to be written off. Do so at your peril. A much needed rack falls to Jason Shaw. David Alcaide's lead is now 9-7. I can tell you a couple of players are on the hill, one rack away from the last 16. Mickey Kraus, 10-6 up on Billy Thorpe. Mark Bosch 10-4 up on the reigning US Open champion Ko Ping Chung. Eklund Kachi seems to be in control now against BJ Usuri at 8-3. Jeffrey Ignacio 4-3 over Patrick Gonzalez. Johan Chua 8-6 over fighting Max Lechner. 8-6 also for Mohamed Soufi against Bada Alawadi. And Lee Van Corteza and Dang Junhu can't be separated. 8 racks each. The very latest from the main table. Mohamed Soufi has just tucked another rack away. 9-6 up now on Alawadi. Mohamed Soufi's father, who he hasn't seen for, I think, 11 years. Not very well at the moment in Syria, and that's a great motivation for Soufi to do well here, to make his dad proud. We're all proud of Soufi, all of us in the pool community.
Yeah, no doubt. I had a chance to talk to him earlier and really get to know him a little better. What a kind young man, loaded with talent. Uh-oh. The 6 is going to cover the 2 up. Phil in the lower right corner. Does he go ahead and take it on? Can he even see it? Yeah, the Jason Shaw that we all know and love would have knocked that down. Nothing easy about it. Just off the mark. Can't fault him for shooting it. It didn't look to me like there was something straightforward as far as a defensive play.
First player into the Sweet 16, as they say in the NCAA basketball. And Mickey Kraus, he's beaten Billy Thorpe 11-6. Thorpe started like lightning. Kraus finishes like thunder.
Yeah, didn't Thorpe start out with a 4-0 lead in that match? Yeah, I believe it was 3 or 4-0. Kraus winning 11 out of 13 games from there.
That's a cracker. So much about this match has revolved around 2 balls, good and bad. That was right out of the top draw.
Yeah, and there's a good chance he goes ahead and gets on with it from there. A shot like that does a lot for your confidence. This needs to run. It's going to get there. And he's got 2 options. He can draw this 1 rail out, Phil, or he can punch down 2 rails. Most likely going to draw it 1 rail out. Oh, he could hold it. Pardon me. Looked like he had a much steeper angle there. Well, you've talked about the long ball with Alcaide at times, or we have. Is there a chance of wobbling this?
Not dissimilar to the 8-ball he missed in rack 13.
It wasn't clean, but he got it down. You've got to give Alcaide the credit. To me, he looks like the guy that wants to win more in this match. Long way from over, though, Phil.
Yes, the match and this rack after that. He cannot disguise the pressure he's under.
I think he can roll it to the top right and avoid the side pocket. Yeah, he's just going to draw this just above the 9. Yeah, well managed.
Lots of mountains in his native Spain, and now David Alcaide finds himself on the hill. He leads Jason Shaw 10-7. That means the flower of Scotland in terms of pool has to win the last 4 racks. Dang Junhu in front against Lee Van Cortese at 9-8 in a nail biter. Still 9-6 for Mohamed Soufi over Bader Alawadi. 8-6 Johan Chur against Max Lechner. Jeffrey Ignacio edging it against his fellow Filipino Patrick Gonzalez at 4-3. Gonzalez beating Ko Pin-Yi this afternoon. BJ Ussery has just pulled one back against Eklund Kachi. He now trails 8-4. Mark Bosch de Bosch still on the hill against Ko Ping Chung, 10-4. Wojciech Szewczyk 4-2 up on Piers Labutis. 2-all Victor Zielinski and Ralph Suke. And Zhao Grio has turned it around. He's now leading Naoki Oi 5-3.
Yeah, looking at Jason Shaw in that chair, he looks a little different than he did a few games ago. This happens to all of us, or it's happened to just about every player out there, where you don't really realize the gravity of the match until it just hits you in the face. And I feel like that last rack that he got out on, he started to realize where he was at. Is it too little, too late? Nice break there.
Last year's runner-up Mohamed Soufi on the hill against Bader Alawadi at 10-6.
Yeah, I don't know what line he's got here with the 2, but it looks like it's pretty natural just to come through the 7 and 4. Just got to avoid the right middle pocket. The next problem, Phil, possibly the green 6. It's never straightforward when you're on the hill.
The US Open kingpin, Ko Ping Chung, is out, beaten 11-4 by Mark Bosch de Bosch of the Netherlands.
Wow, that's pretty stunning to me. He has to play good to beat Ko Ping Chung 11-4.
I think this week he's receiving a lot of guidance from a former commentary colleague of ours and a former Mosconi Cup captain, Alex Lely.
Oh, and I've heard a lot of great things about Alex as of late. know him quite well myself. Did he get too straight here? Yeah, now he's going to have to come underneath. Thought he might get an angle where he could go up into the 6 or clip the 9. This is safer.
This is where the heart pounds. The palms become a little sweaty. So close. Oh, but so far away. The 9-ball in the way.
Well, in his defense, the only way that shot could go wrong is if you catch the 6 full. If he clips it thin on either side, he comes away with a shot. And if he doesn't clip the 6 at all, he's going to catch the 9 and come away with a shot. Kind of hard luck there.
You've heard of Saved by the Bell. Sure, might have been saved by the 6.
Oh, look at how this might finish, Phil. Does Shaw have a pocket?
If he does, it might well be do or die.
Oh, big time shot from Jason Shaw.
That's why he's been such a colossus in the Mosconi Cup. He's got nerves of steel.
Where's this going to end up? Ooh, not fun. Not only a very difficult shot, but he's stretched out as well. He's going to the lower left corner.
Undercut the 8-ball. At least it's run safe.
Well, this bank is reminiscent of the one he's famous for. I don't know if it's frozen or not, Phil, but if it's not, yeah, I don't know. It might be too close to that bottom rail to entertain it.
Yeah, the bank you're talking about on the 9-ball. Hill to beat Alexander Kazakis to become World Masters champion.
Well, he might be taking this on. Yeah, I thought it was a little too thin. It was so close to that bottom rail, Phil.
And Shaw breathes again.
Oof. Wiped its feet.
This is a wee knee knocker. Thumped in. Jason Shaw continues on in his quest to win this World 9-ball championship. He was very close to elimination there. But of course, when Alcaide hooked himself on the 6, it meant everything changed. 10 racks to 8.
A little bit of hard luck, like I mentioned, on the 6. But you mentioned earlier, things have kind of gone Alcaide's way this match. Not in a major way. I think he's actually been the better player. What's Jason Shaw do?
So Alcaide, Dang Junhui, Mohamed Soufi, all find themselves on the hill. Can Shaw pull back another? He'd love A wonderful layout here off the break. Well, the one's in, that's the start. But the two isn't playing ball.
Yeah, and out of frustration, I wouldn't be surprised if he got out the jump cue here. There is value to it. Well, he's bringing it with him. Yeah, if you look at it here, though, cue ball tracking up towards those other balls, I just don't know if the value is worth it. And he is evaluating. Well, Phil, buckle your seatbelts.
He took the risk. He knocked in the ball, but he's not got the reward. Just caught that blue 2 a little too thick. So having to kick here. And he's one mistake away from defeat. He knows that.
Pretty good from where he was, Phil. Yeah, and he did catch the blue 2 a little too thick. Kind of unlucky to make that 2 and not get a shot. This is where Alcaide likes to shine, the tactical side. Does he chip the 3 towards the purple, come back down behind the 9? Or does he take another chance, go into the purple, banking the 3 to the lower right? Yeah, well, that was a little weak, Phil. He tried to get behind the 9. He caught the 3 way too thin.
Don't want to puncture the drama, just let me tell you, Dang Junhui is through, beating Lee Van Corteza 11-8. So, a last 16 meeting between Dang Junhui and Mickey Krause is set up.
Yeah, and you just get the sense that this match is far from over. Shaw, body language changing. It was like 2 racks ago I could see something in his body language where he just kind of realized, wait a minute, I'm here, I'm now, I've got to try to win.
Yeah, before the start he wanted to win 11-0.
Of course.
But this is the kind of situation, I've seen this with Jason Shaw so many times, this is the kind of situation in which somehow he is energized, he comes alive. It's as though he enjoys living life on the edge.
He enjoys the pain. We call that self-torture. Oh boy, you hit it quite well. How's it going to finish? Nothing straightforward. Matter of fact, the escape here, Phil, not easy either, due to the pink.
It's got the feel of a deciding rack. And for Jason Shaw it is similar. Lose it and you go home.
Yeah, he's not too happy at the way this finished, and there's reasons for that. Hard to get away from this. You can't really chip the top side of the 3 due to where the 4 is at. Is he going to play the carom? Well, he got away with it. That was what I was talking about, Phil. If he chips the 3 where the 4 was at, he was at risk of either making it or leaving the 3 right in front of the pocket.
Lots of applause from the main table. I think I saw a handshake as well. I do believe Mohamed Soufi has beaten Dana Alawadi. I'll let you know when it's official.
Looking to come 2 rails heavy behind the 3. He'll take knocking it in the right middle. If he doesn't, it'll finish down here towards the bottom rail. If he hits it as intended. Yeah, he's got it thin. How's it finish? Wow.
In the last rack, the 6 was his mortal enemy. Now it's his best friend. Can confirm Soufi through 11-7. He will now play Max Lechner or Johan Chua. Lechner on a roll. He was well behind against Johan Chua. Now he leads 9-8.
Shaw beside himself.
He just needed a small portion of the 3 to stick out, to jut out.
Yeah, exactly. Even if he's going to frame at this. Could make the pink. He could make the pink. Well, that opportunity has passed. But look at how the 6 and the 7 have finished, Phil, with the 5 at the top rail.
Well, I think that's the least he deserved. Alcaide fluking a hook from a hook.
I agree. I just feel like there's more to this match. Or should I say this game. Things just got a little funny. Both of those balls kind of entrapped the purple at the same time. Does he take a chance now? Does he have the angle? Does he take a chance now at going towards the purple or maybe the green? I don't know. What's he got up his sleeve? I don't think the purple passes the 7. Definitely going to make things interesting.
Four balls lined up, but not how Alcaide would have wanted them.
Yeah, and the problem crashing into the 6 is if you catch the bottom edge of the 6 at all, like trapping it in the rail, the 6 at the same time, you won't even make contact with the purple 5. That's why I was wondering if you'd take a chance with the 3 going into one of those balls.
It was a valiant attempt. Sure, though, will get back to the table, surely.
Well, he does have a bank, Phil, to the top left. It's pretty thin. I have to agree with you. I think he's going to get back to the table. Well done. This is what Alcaide is known for.
What a horrid hook. Okay, it was only a one cushion escape. But look what he's done. Jason Shaw. This is the opportunity that Alcaide has been waiting for to deliver the killer thrust.
Yeah, and the crowd is really gathering around that table. One good shot, Phil.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, Scott. I think the nervousness that Alcaide exhibits sometimes. There'll have to be 5 good shots, because to him nothing will seem easy right now. Practicing. Put it in the bank.
Yeah, no doubt he needs to maintain an angle on this 7. All too easy to decelerate here and somehow fall straight. Stay through the 6, come across, stay above. He's decelerated, Phil.
And again, look what's happened. Jason Shaw rooted to his chair thinking, why is the world against me?
He was quick, got down on the ball, a little quicker than normal. Everything went awry.
For all of his greatness, David Alcaide, and he's had a wonderful career, he is prone to missing balls in the crunch. It's just a statement of fact.
Yeah, and he knew he had to stay above the 7. It seemed to me like he was feeling like he had a hard enough time just getting the 6 down, and that turned out to be obvious. Jason, a man of miracles. Well, he slightly needs one here. I mean, it's not terrible. He could just, with left spin, soft kick into the 6. Just leave them both right there. Or is he too covered by the 7 to get to the right long rail and softly go into the 6?
As he contemplates, I can tell you, on the table closest to our commentary position, Eklund Kachi has just broken off on the hill, 10-4 over BJ Ussery.
Yeah, and this is the shot I was talking about. It's really all I could do, Phil. Sounds like Ussery might be on his last leg versus Kachi. Yeah, it's funny, Phil. It's not actually funny, but it just seems like reality's really struck Shaw the last few games.
I just think the way the match has gone, Alcaide's fated to win it.
Yeah, since early on, and almost just like here, as he just barely covered him completely on the green. Yeah, what a crowd around this table now. he's double kissed it. He's scratched, Phil.
I just think David Alcaide is fated to win it. I'll say it again. It just had that feel from quite early on, actually. Well, if he messes up here, he's only got himself to blame. It should be rudimentary. Don't overthink.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't overthink it. You know, he's just coming off a miss on a 6 that he's supposed to make 10 out of 10, or at least 9 out of 10. Now you've got ball in hand on that same 6. Listen to Phil. Don't overthink it. Well, he sure is measuring things out. You can't blame him. Well, he's wanted to get below the 7, Phil, so it's natural to come down for the 8. He's got an angle, but not what he wanted. So now he's going to have to stroke this ball. Could there be more drama left in this match?
Well, if he doesn't close it out here, you have to seriously wonder whether Alcaide can do it at all.
Oh, this is well struck. The lady, well, she might be singing now.
She's certainly clearing her throat, Scott. Even though he's racked with nerves, this 9-ball surely will find its intended target. It is Viva España in Saudi Arabia. These two are good pals. Jason Shaw feeling completely crestfallen, downcast, disappointed. He was the great British hope, the great Scottish hope in this World 9-Ball Pool Championship, but those hopes have been crushed. David Alcaide wins by 11 racks to 8. He goes into the last 16 tomorrow to take on either Jeffrey Ignacio or Patrick Gonzalez. That match is 6-5 to Ignacio at the moment. It won't concern Alcaide, who comes through that one. He's just happy to survive the day, to survive the match, and to beat one of the game's premier talents in Jason Eagle Eye Shaw. So our next streaming offering is on this same table. Coming up, Chris Melling against Elliot Sanderson. We are guaranteed a British victory there. That's the scene here. And I'll tell you what, if our second match of the evening is as good as the first, we're in for a treat. we've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
He's got it!
And for me, the shock of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical. Welcome back, everyone, to the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel and our continued coverage of the World Nineball Championship. We're in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, hosting this premier event, the crown jewel on the World Nineball Tour for the very first time. And I tell you what, it is living up to expectations. Lots of quality pool, lots of shocks, lots of incident. I think we've had 5 matches completed with a golden break. We've had time fouls. We've had instances where been called push out and lost vitally important racks as a result. Lots of incident, lots of talking points, and we're getting close to having a finalised last 16. We're heavily involved in the last 32 right now. The latest big news, if you're just joining us, our previous streaming match saw Jason Shaw, the Great British Hope, beaten by David Alcaide of Spain. Alcaide, twice a World Masters champion, but Shaw being beaten by him, I think in some circles it might go down as a mild surprise, but Alcaide is one of the game's very best. So our next offering on this table features a couple of Brits. Chris Melling, they're doing some work on his Q-tip, up against Elliot Sanderson. This is not the match you're watching right now. This is a practice rack. Both players allowed 1 before the start. And they've had a good day, these two. Sanderson beating Roland Garcia 11-5 in the last 64. Melling beating Singapore's To Lian Han 11-4, and there was some irony there because Melling's championship has been all about toe, not toe Lian Han, but his big toe on his right foot. He woke up yesterday morning in real pain. The toe was very red, a little bit swollen. It turned out, after a visit to the hospital, he got gout, would you believe? But he's had some tablets, and I think he is feeling better. He's got more mobility, and that shone through with his performance this afternoon. Elliot Sanderson is a very confident individual. He's originally from Barnsley in Yorkshire, but he's now the house pro at McGoldrick's up in Scotland, which hosted the Scottish Open this year. It's been a big wrench for him. He's made a big gamble in his life that he's going to devote himself to the World Nineball Tour and see what happens. And a deep run here, I think that would vindicate the decision to move north of the border.
Yeah, well, Phil, everybody that's lagged on this table, I mean almost everybody, has come up short of the top rail. I don't know if it's the money or the muscles that are causing this.
Or the cushions.
I didn't want to say that, Phil.
In all seriousness, the conditions here have been absolutely tip-top. There's a great need for air conditioning here because the temperatures outside demand that. Sometimes when you have air conditioning, it can affect cue sports, snooker, pool, whatever. But all of the players here are saying good things about the tables, as you might expect for a World Championship.
Yeah, they all have talked highly about the equipment and the venue. Excited for this match. Elliot, in my opinion, is having one heck of an event. Seems to be extremely comfortable.
As the referee just goes through his final formalities, Sanderson getting ready to break.
Well, that's a good look at his first break. 2 not going to cooperate. But the 1 did. Calling the push out for those of you just joining us. The player at the table has the option to roll the cue ball anywhere he wants. The oncoming player has the option to take it or give it back. Melling looks like he's taking it on. Most likely going defensive. Played to overcut it, maybe caught it too thin. Would have liked to have gotten behind the 8 and 9. Elliot quickly out of his chair. Doesn't want to clip the 7. Oh boy, this is ideal. Chris Melling. What a pure talent he has been for many, many years, Phil. I know you know a lot more about him than I do. I do know we've been pretty good friends for the latter part of the last decade to a decade and a half.
Yes, I think he's got a fair claim to be the most versatile cueist on the planet. He's played on the World Snooker Tour. He's made 147 breaks. He's played English 8-ball to a very high standard, and of course, we all know what he's achieved in 9-ball. He's a former China Open and Derby City Classic champion. MVP in the Moscone Cup as well.
And look at this shot. What a great kick that was. Played this to catch the thin side of the two. Knew the cue ball was coming up. Had a great chance of getting behind one of those 3 balls, the 7, 8, or 9.
It's been a case of living dangerously for Elliot Sanderson. He won his first match 9-8 against Luong Doc Tien. Then he won his second in winners qualification against Mustafa Alner, 9-8. The decider was remarkable. He broke off, couldn't decide what to do. He took an absolute age to make up his mind. No shot clock, of course, on the outside tables. When I say an age, it must have been at least 4 minutes. He kept getting up, getting down, getting up. Eventually he played a quite banal push out, and he actually said as he walked back to his chair to no one in particular, I took too long on that.
Well, Mike McMullen obviously told me the same situation, and he must have just had a brain freeze.
Yeah, that was it. But anyway, Alner immediately played a poor safety shot on the 2, and Sanderson cleared up, so that's why he qualified for today, and then played very well against Roland Garcia by all accounts. But you'll see on the back of his shirt maybe a little later on, his nickname is the Shouter, because when he wins he lets off a blood-curdling scream. Even in the most subdued moments, it's a decibel-inducing shout. So if he wins this match, which is one of the biggest of his life, you can guarantee he will raise the roof.
And speaking of raise the roof, he threw his cue about 4 foot up in the air, I believe yesterday evening, and caught it in stride during his little celebration.
Yeah, he looked like one of those leaders of a marching band at a college football game, twirling the baton.
Yes, he did. Oh, watch out here. Did you get a fortunate rub? Heavy into the 8. Still clear on the 6. Here we go. Clean snow.
Oh, that's nicely cued. That bodes well.
Yeah, he looks like a completely different player from the guy that I commentated last night.
He's definitely walking around with a lot less pain, you can see.
He's going to go into the 8 here.
Chris Melling, one of the most sweet cueists in pool, takes the opening rack. We've described this as the Battle of the Brits. Yes, it's also a battle of 2 Englishmen. And actually you can take it down even further. A battle of 2 Yorkshiremen. They're both from the county of Yorkshire. As we've said before, Elliot Sanderson born and raised in Barnsley. As for Chris Melling, he lives in Keighley. Now, Barnsley is a very famous place in British television history because it was the birthplace of Michael Parkinson, the great interviewer, TV interviewer. I think his equivalent in the States would be Dick Cavett.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's a coal mining town is Barnsley. We've had some pool there in the past. We've had some snooker there in the past.
Well, Melling winning that game, all stemming from an error from Sanderson. Sanderson trying to swerve around the 9, caught a piece of it, allowing ball in hand for Melling. Well, all signs looking good for Chris. Over in front of the 6 and 9. Don't know that the 4 passes the 8 in the top right, but it definitely clears in the top left. And he's hitting the clean part of the pocket. Not a good sign for Sanderson.
At the end of this rack, I'll get you right up to date with all of the very latest results and current scores out there. Little zesty with the cue ball, Scott.
Yeah, a very good term for it. Zesty. It was. Wanted an angle, wanted to be below the 4. But I don't know, this might be a little too steep. The reason he wanted to be below the 4 is because he wanted to try and slide down 1 rail below the 5. Doesn't want to have to deal with any type of combination.
I'll tell you what, right at the end of its path, that cue ball just tipped over, and that could make a big difference.
Yeah, it could make a massive difference. It definitely looked like it took a little turn to the left. And going airborne is Elliott. The good news is if he keeps the cue ball up there and doesn't make this, the 5 is still in trouble.
Elliott knows all about Chris Melling, how he can dominate a match. Melling and Imran Majid played in the World Cup a few years ago as Great Britain B, and they played Great Britain A. Elliott Sanderson and Jason Shaw. And I'll tell you what, talk about a lockdown. They completely controlled the exchanges. I think it was 7-0. Sanderson and Shaw repeatedly came to the table in big trouble, often hooked. If they weren't hooked, they had an enviable safety to play.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I probably would have put Sanderson and Shaw as a slight favorite, but clearly not. A 7-0 beatdown. Well, something happened there. That's just a mishit. Neither one of them want to deal with the 5.
The cue of Johan Chua goes in the air. At Hill Hill, he has beaten Max Lettner by 11 racks to 10. Chua now plays Mohamed Soufi tomorrow for a quarter-final place.
Yeah, Phil, and even the quiet at this event, letting out sounds of emotion, if it tells you what it's worth here. Chua giving out a little shout after making the 8.
Yeah, that would be akin to a whisper, I can tell you, if Elliot Sanderson won this match. We're in Jeddah, you'd hear him in Riyadh.
And back here, in reality, Chris Melling snookered himself on the 5. He really likes to measure these kicks out. If you go to YouTube Chris Melling, or go to Matchroom TikTok page, I'll tell you what, he's done some amazing things when kicking at pool balls. But this looks like he's going to leave it. So you got to wonder, Phil, at that pace there, was he trying to come across the top of it and just leave Elliot awkward on the 5.96?
Now this is interesting. If you were with us for our first match on this table this evening, you'll know that Jason Shaw, and indeed his opponent at times, had the cue ball cleaned on so many occasions it was hard to count. And now the same thing is occurring with Elliot Sanderson.
Yeah, and it was earlier in the match versus later in the match with Shaw. Like you say, same thing happening here. Well, he'd like to tuck down.
Now we've got a problem because Elliot Sanderson is insisting that the referee did not put the cue ball back in its original position.
Well, I've almost got to agree with him. I feel like he was a little bit straighter. He's got a little more angle. I think that's actually going to help Elliot because he needs to come back to a line left of the 9. Now from here, Phil, it looks like he's got a much steeper angle. Yeah. And he did, by the way he had to play that. Look at how these have finished. Did the 5.6 happen to be on? Pretty thin. Taking a look at it now. If it's not on, well, the risk or the danger, and from this angle it doesn't look on. I think that might be a little misleading. But if it is on, he's going to have to play it aggressively. If it's not on, he's got to try and get up behind the 7, but he's going to be worried about accidentally making the 6. Yeah, a little touchy here. Looks to me like he's playing it. No, there's no way. I don't think it goes, does it? Oh, it does go. He had a gap there. How is this going to finish?
Haven't seen the shoulder slump. That means the 5 goes past the 9. Oh, yes, it does. It did go past the 9, but he caught it too thick. He caught it too full. That's a chance spurned.
Yeah, and if a lot of you haven't seen Melling play, this is his style. He just gets on with it. Is he coming backwards or going 3 rails here? Okay, I thought that was the right move. Coming backwards, risking crashing into the 9.
He stands still when he's playing. He needs to stand still when he's playing the shot.
Now that's very sporting of Chris Melling. He was involved there. Got the back of his opponent saying, can you stand still while Elliott's playing?
Yeah, and a lot of spectators just don't understand. There was a gentleman walking around right to the right of his vision. Elliott's.
I'll tell you a story about that after this rack is over. You'll enjoy it. I didn't, but you'll enjoy it.
Phil, I enjoy all of your stories.
Oh, this one was at my expense.
Well, I don't know if I'll enjoy it then.
Oh, you will. And I think Elliot Sanderson's going to enjoy this rack because he's a 9-ball away from drawing level. Not the cleanest of pots, but it's in any way. The first 2 racks have been shared. Yeah, so basically what happened, just the movement behind the pocket there brought this to mind. I'm commentating on snooker with 6-time world champion Steve Davis, who is one of my great heroes. He remains so. So I'm a little nervous anyway. It's early in my career, and I'm sitting next to the great Steve Davis. Anyway, someone moved behind a pocket, and the player missed a ball as a result. And in a very sort of profound way, I looked over to Steve and said, well, Steve, in my experience, movement is more off-putting than noise. And Steve said, what experience is that?
Oh, no. Well, I mean, that's pretty cold-blooded that he put you on the spot like that, Phil.
Well, he was only joking, but it didn't sound like that to me. I was a blubbering mess for about 3 or 4 frames.
I would have been too.
What experience is that? Yeah, every time I see him, I always bring it up. Some developments lately. Good news for Joshua Fuller. He's made a flying start against Oscar Dominguez, 4-0 ahead. And the other giant in action at the moment, Shane Van Boning, 3-1 up on Alexander Kazakis.
And to talk about, oh, look at the kiss. To talk about Filler, he was trailing 9-4 in his last match. And similar to Feder Gorst, I think when you're trailing by such a big margin and come back and win that match, you're kind of freewheeling going forward. Filler going to be tough to beat the rest of this week.
Yeah, playing on house money.
Exactly. And I'd like to think the same of one Feder Gorst.
Yes, he's still to play his last 32 match, which is going to start imminently against Chang Yulong. That will be on table 6. And the other match to start will be Anton Raga against Mario He on table 10.
Yeah, Elliot quite weak there. Want to come up quite a ways above the 8. Yeah, playing all cue ball here And it went wrong. I actually pointed to wanting the 3 to get back towards the middle of the top rail, up there behind the 8.
I'll tell you what, if there was a competition for the best shirt, Melling might win it. Look at the garb he's got on here. The magician with all of the playing cards. And
yeah, it is quite the shirt. Well, he's really is hitting the pocket clean. I know it's early so far. You've got to favor the man in red. Well, have I spoke too soon again, Phil?
yeah, needed a much fuller contact. Just skimmed off the 7. No good. That was, though.
Yeah, that really was good. Some good things can happen coming behind the 6 here. Using a high right ball, you can kill this cue ball off the back of the 6. High English basically acts as low English when kicking off a rail. It will stop or stun the cue ball. And you don't have to hit it too hard. Just caught this too thin. Well, it's caused a little bit of a mess. I don't know that the 7 plays. Well, here on the overhead, it looks like it does. Very long bridge right there from Melling. Got to be extremely accurate to get this down with that type of bridge. Very few can get away with it. Shane Van Boening, Earl Strickland in his prime. Oh boy. Let's not take it too far, boys. It's a big space. People are going to be walking around. Tensions are high, Phil.
Yes, they most certainly are. The referee and Melling now having words.
No, the referee,
Sorry, the referee's having words with a member of the crowd.
Yeah, it looked like referee and Melling were having words until they panned this direction. I think something with the phone or a camera, Phil?
Yes, the referee doing a good job here explaining to the crowd the importance of staying still, especially in the line of sight. Now, at the end of this rack, I'll tell you another cracking story.
All right.
Involving another great of the snooker world, Alex Higgins. And it does involve movement, or perceived movement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, listen, we're all pool players and it's not easy, and I completely get this situation. The money is higher than it's ever been. You know, there's a lot at stake here, but these fans, I don't think that they're all used to having an event of this magnitude, so it kind of goes both ways. Like you said, I think it's great that the referee went over and kindly explained to everybody how important this is and what not to do. You just don't want to be frozen as a fan to where you can't move. Nice strike there by Sanderson.
Well, Sanderson, it seems, making his move from 1-0 down to 2-1 up.
Well, he's gotten off this ball 3 times now.
This is something that he does.
Interesting fella. I like him.
Yeah, Elliot Sanderson really good for the game. Will this game be good to him? Striking down on the cue ball. I know for certain that Chris Melling doesn't enjoy playing someone who plays slowly. He was annoyed with Aloysius Yap earlier in the tournament. But you can't fault that. In it goes. Elliot Sanderson leading by 2 racks to 1 as Melling leaves the arena. So, we're at the World Championship qualifying competition as we see that 9-ball go in. World Championship qualifying competition in Blackpool, which is a resort town in the northwest of England. Playing is Ty Pishit, who was from Thailand, up against Alex Hurricane Higgins, who was the most volatile player potentially in snooker history.
What year?
I would say late 90s.
Okay.
So Higgins is behind in the match, but he's on quite a big break. Anyway, he gets down to play a shot. I think it was the yellow. And the referee is John Williams, who was one of the most senior officials in the game. And John was standing behind Higgins to his left-hand side. So Higgins said, "Can you please move?" And John said, "No, I'm not in your line of sight." And Higgins said, "No, but you're in my line of thought."
Well, that's pretty strong. That's a pretty strong statement because he was probably telling the truth.
So, what happened? Williams stood his ground literally, refused to move. Higgins cleared up the colours, crying. In goes the yellow. Sob, sob, sob. Green, sob, sob, sob. I think he cleared the table. It was certainly a century break. Potting the last 6 colours, crying.
It's absolutely fascinating. I've heard so much about Higgins. I guess you're completely blessed to be around these guys. But
well, of course, Alex Higgins had a pool history because he played in the early Moscone Cup.
Yeah, and I've saw that. I've watched the story about that many times, and I've studied Higgins myself. What a legend. Well, look at this break, Phil. And that's a pretty entertaining story. You're in my line of thought. I like it.
Now, I promise at the end of the next rack, I will not give you an ancient story about snooker. I'll give you the latest scores and the latest positions.
I could listen to it all night long.
I am guilty of digressing occasionally.
There's nothing wrong with it for me, Phil. I'll tell you what, that break, though, if you could patent that break, there's not a player in the building that wouldn't take it.
Could this be the breakthrough that Elliot Sanderson has been waiting for?
Well, he's had a great week so far. You just keep hearing his name and hearing about his celebrations. And, you know, I think he comes in to this tournament a little bit underrated from what I'm seeing. This must be tighter than it looks, and it is. Yeah, clean hit. Can he draw up the right long rail? Or does he have too much angle? I think he can hold. Tell you He's got a lot of nervous little ticks to him, doesn't he, Phil?
Yes, and I think if the match goes close, with no shot clock, you could see quite a lot of time spent on each shot. It's not that he's trying to upset Melling's rhythm. He just can't pull the trigger sometimes. It means that much. Not saying technically he's got the yips, he hasn't. He cues well. Just saying that in terms of decision making, sometimes he can't pull the trigger.
While the balls continue to go straight into the back of the pocket. So whatever he's doing seems to be working.
It's 3 racks on the spin for Elliot Sanderson. Chris Melling faces an early deficit. Right, this is how it pans out. Mickey Krause won earlier, 11-6 over Billy Thorpe. So in the last 16 he will play Dang Junhoo, who beat Lee Van Cortese at 11-8. Mohamed Soufi came through 11-7 against Badr Alawadi. His next opposition will be Johan Chua, who came through in a nail-biter 11-10 against Max Lechner. Tomorrow, David Alcaide will line up in the last 16 as well, having beaten Jason Shaw 11-8. He now faces Jeffrey Ignacio, who overcame his fellow Filipino Patrick Gonzalez 11-7. Eklund Kachi beat BJ Ussery 11-4 and will face giant-killing Mark Bosch, who was also an 11-4 winner over Ko Ping Chung. Now the latest scores: Shane Van Boning 4-2 over Alexander Kazakis. Wojciech Szewczyk 7-6 over Pius Labutis, 7-6 also for Victor Zielinski against the oldest man left in the tournament, Ralph Suke. Zhao Grio, he defeated Naoki Oi 11-4. Joshua Filler, one-way traffic, he leads Oscar Dominguez 6-0. Mario He has taken the first rack from Anton Raga. Fedor Gorst and Chang Yulong still involved in their first rack. And then of course we turn to Sanderson and Melling.
Yeah, watch the cue ball, Phil. In the drink. And you bring up Fedor Gorst. I've talked about him all week. As you see the one followed quickly by the cue ball. Fedor trailing 7-0. I know it's the big story. Comes back and wins. He's going to be in for a long haul again tonight, right? He's expended a lot of energy. Yeah, he's young, but he's also human. What kind of impact will that have on the rest of his event? Well, he's got to get through tonight to begin with. Yeah, quite a bit of deceleration there. I'd like to have gotten out another foot or so. That's a result.
Do you recall he had a great chance? He didn't squeeze a ball past the 9 when he was on the verge of winning a rack. Now that one goes astray. Worrying times for Chris Melling fans and for Chris Melling himself.
Yeah, and here you have Elliot back to cleaning the cue ball. You got to wonder if the paint turned on him a little bit, that being Melling. I think he just missed the ball. There's things that go on with these pool balls that only the two guys at the table can see, though. I can attest to that. He's looking to come into the back of the purple here. Now looking to come up and down. Everything real quick before he pulled the trigger. Backswing. Pretty erratic. Didn't look like it in the slow-mo, but in real life, pretty quick in the backswing. Well, he's fallen on the wrong side of the purple, Phil. He's going to have to come around. Well, this better stop spinning, or it's going in the drink.
Well, the magician's latest trick has failed. Did well to avoid the 9, but the pace on the cue ball meant what should be a rack-losing scratch.
And that was all a result of coming up short on the 5. I feel like this could have been a little better. And looking at the table live, it definitely could have been better. I'm sure he can manage. But he just had ball in hand.
He exudes nervousness. He's jittery, Elliot Sanderson.
Yeah, he's making me jittery, Phil.
He just cannot disguise the fact he's like a cat on a hot tin roof. Dare I say, that positional shot far from perfect.
Oh, you're killing me. Yeah, pretty good hit here. It needs to settle. Oh, I think it's ended perfect. All right, back to reality here. He can make this ball. Life good for Elliott.
And no amount of nerves will prevent Sanderson potting the 9, surely. The cat on the hot tin roof has really got his claws into this match. He leads by 4 racks to 1. Now, shock horror, would you believe it, Fedor Gorst is behind. He trails Chang Yulong 1-0. Mario He 2-0 up on the Dragon, Anton Raga. Piers Labutis and Wojciech Szewczyk are now all square at 7-7. No movement in the filler match. He's still 6-0 on Oscar Dominguez. What an array of talent we have in this arena. Of course, this is all alien territory for everyone playing for $250,000 first prize. We have to take that into consideration when we talk about the level of nervousness, the pressure that's being faced by all of the players left in the championship.
Yeah, we said it at the start of the show up on the stage. I feel like since day one, you know, and I've been to most of the majors, I feel like since day one, you could feel a little extra tension in every one of these guys. They'll be apt and quick to tell you it's not the money, but it's so hard to keep it out of your mind.
So many players say you can never replicate the tension of a Moscone Cup. I reckon the two finalists might change their minds.
Yeah, very possible, Phil. Well, I like this play here. Elliott looking pretty good. As soon as I said I thought the man in the red might be favored, everything went sideways.
Well, in terms of the ledger, he really is in the red now. 4-1 down.
Yeah, and I believe at that point he had an opportunity to go up 2-1. Was on the 6. Had a little riff about being sharked. Missed the 6. Since then, no real opportunities. Well, he did scratch 2 rails in the lower left corner last game. Sometimes you wonder if Melling put as much energy and time into his shots as he does his kicking. How good would he really play? Well, he acts like he got lucky, but really a great hit. Played to go to the second rail, caught it full. Yeah, of course, with the kiss. Got pretty fortunate, but still, it pays to hit him. Three's going to open up here. Pink 4 on the lower right. Big shot here on the 3. You get this down, you've got a good chance to get 2 games under your belt. Very nice transition. Great swing. He'll be fine here, but you get the feeling he'd rather be a little left or right of the 6. I don't know if he's exactly straight. Makes it a little tougher on himself. Just a little extra distance on the 7. Well, Chris has gotten off the ball again.
Much needed, gratefully received. Chris Melling pulls one back, Elliot Sanderson leads now 4-2. Well, the Fedor-Gorst deficit did not last a great amount of time. He's won the second rack against Chang Yulong. It's 1-1 there. Mario He 2-1 upon Anton Raga. Joshua Filler, after that comeback against Fitim Haridinaj, is just steaming away against Oscar Dominguez. Filler leading 7-0. At his best, I think he is the best Filler. He's just explosive. Viktor Zielinski 7-6 upon Ralph Suke. It remains 7-all Wojciech Szewczyk against Pius Labutis. And now Shane Van Boening. He made a really good start against Alexander Kazakis. He is in front, but only just, on table 2 at 4-3. If you want to see the Shane Van Boening match, by the way, it is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Yeah, and mentioning Filler, nobody better when he's at his best. I've never seen anything like him.
It's the whole package. Normally, something is bestowed on a player of exception. Potting abilities maybe, position, a safety game, coolness, nerve. He's got them all. I suppose you could say he's a bit like a baseball player, the 5-tool player. He's got everything. No weakness.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Melling struggling to come away with a shot after the break. He's going to be forced to roll out here. Bringing the 8 down table. He used the 8 because he could easily control the cue ball from that distance.
As we talk about Filler, by the way, he's just gone 8-0 up.
And you don't want to believe that that has anything to do with how Oscar's playing. It's most likely just the Joshua Filler show. Oh, and he's caught the point. Oh, and look at this. It's caught the gap, but there's no pocket. Friendly little rub off the left side of the 6. No rail. Well, a very unfriendly little rub off the 6, causing the 2 not to get there. Wow.
Well, we've used the phrase before this evening in a different context. I always think that kind of shot when no contact is made with a cushion, it's a form of brain freeze.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you for the most part. That was a little tricky because he was just trying to lag it up to the top end.
But the ultimate sanction is ball in hand.
Agreed. And here, he's left himself pretty straight on the 2. Once again, a little awkward off a ball in hand. And now Phil looks to be pretty straight. Can he come down for the pink in the left middle? Or is that too low? Looks to me like he thinks he can punch over. Hard to tell. Now, looking at the pink in the left middle. He's gotten a lot out of that shot.
Yeah, fine effort that. The reason he keeps going back to his chair, he's got this habit of wiping his cue with the green cloth you can see there, which he keeps moist.
So that tells me that his eyes do not like to see any dust from the chalk or anything else on the shaft of the cue. Players very particular of things like that. Elliott must be one of them. I don't know, Phil, if you noticed it or not, but the backswing really quick again.
It's the colour purple and it came out of the blue. A routine shot. And at the end of it, all he was doing was apologising for the fluke hook.
It can be a brutal game at times. Is he entertaining a kick? I'd say about 70 to 80% of the players on tour would have already measured the jump shot out. Melling fancies the kick. Very tough ball to kick. It's out in the middle of no man's land. Where do you find protection? What do you have in mind? Well, that's what he had in mind. He knew if he could catch the thin side of the 5, a lot of good things could happen, Phil. Pretty fascinating shot. Did Elliott get the gap?
Well, if it is available, I think Chris Melling will be not best pleased. No, he's lifting the butt of the cue in the air. That tells its own story. But the pot might still be possible. It was.
Yeah, I almost wonder if he had the gap and he needed to elevate to avoid the top right corner.
Yeah, just what I was thinking, actually. Things are going Sanderson's way. He missed a very bad ball in this rack, and it looks as though it's not going to come back to bite him.
Yeah, and another good thing for Elliott, he's left-handed, so he can get over this without any trouble.
Can't imagine he'll miss this 9 to the centre. Elliott Sanderson keeping Chris Melling at arm's length. His lead is now increased to 5-2. He's looking good. Joshua Filler is looking unassailable. I can tell you, on the main table, he's one rack away from whitewashing Oscar Dominguez. He leads 10-0. Shane Van Boning 5-4 now over Alexander Kazakis. Piers Labutis and Wojciech Szewczyk locked together at 8 racks each. Victor Zielinski 8-6 up on Ralph Suke. Two matches that have only just begun. Mario He 3-2 on Anton Raga, and after losing the first rack, Fedor Gorst is in front early. Now there's a turn up for the books. He's 2-1 ahead of Chang Yulong. So 9 of the 16 last 32 matches have been completed, 7 more to go. Then of course it's the penultimate day of this World Nineball Championship in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Tomorrow afternoon it's the last 16 in its entirety. Then tomorrow night the quarterfinals before Saturday arrives, and we have a fantastic last 4. 2 semi-finals in the afternoon, and the biggest match of the year at night, a race to 15 for $250,000, and for the runner-up they will be considerably consoled with a cheque for $100,000.
Yeah, and you're talking about 10-0 with filler. Well, there's a $2,000 bonus for whoever breaks and runs the most racks this week, Phil.
Yeah, but that comes in after the last 16.
Oh, I thought it was after the last 32.
No, so it comes in tomorrow, that. Yeah, so I think his brilliance might not go rewarded, but to be honest, he's through, so it will be richly rewarded.
Absolutely. I'm curious as to how many racks he's run in order to have Dominguez 10-0.
Well, I would think it would be an unscientific way to say it, but I think it's accurate. I think he's run plenty. Amazing, though, from the depths of despair. Just to repeat, he was 9-4 down to Kosovo's Fitim Haradinaj. He ended up winning filler earlier today. And on cloud 9, he stayed there.
Yeah, and I really think it's going to do a lot for both Filler and Gorst. Listen. Oh, that's a bad kiss right there. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up that way. Gorst Filler final would be fascinating.
It can't be, though. They're in the same half of the draw.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that. Oh, look at this. Melling quick to the 1-9.
Yes, he's one of those players who, when he sees a combination on the 9-on, he will take it on. He doesn't shy away from that. For him, that was quite a simple proposition. And so, swiftly, he's back within 2 at 5-3.
Yeah, he had a little smirk because he knew he was leaving the white right behind the green. Wanted to point that out to everybody. Not me. He did. Right after he made the combination.
Little more daylight for Shane Van Boning. Breathing space. He's 6-4 up on Alexander Kazakis. And Fedor Gorst has won 3 in succession to lead Chang Yulong 3-1. The winner of Gorst Chang will play the winner of the match we're watching right here. Actually, talking about the different halves of the draw, SVB, Filler and Gorst all in the same half.
Yeah, well, somebody's going to have to go on that side. Well, there's a few of them that'll have to go. Got the one a little bit thin there. He got it down. Notice the cue ball tracking to the lower left corner. He's going to chip at this and come towards the 6.
Oscar Dominguez has averted the whitewash. He's won rack 11. He trails 10-1.
Yeah, never in his his life was one game of 9-ball so important.
A match that's getting more and more intense with each passing rack as the stakes increase. So do the nerves. An open table for Chris Melling. Fancy shot. Around 3 cushions, but pretty straight on the 7, so limiting Melling's options. Now we've seen some balls of this type missed this week. Quite a few actually. Predominantly through being overcut. The last thing Melling wants here is a skid to cause the 8 ball to straighten. Perhaps the most important shot of the match so far. Sweet. Melling equal to the task. He's back within 1 surely. Indeed, that's the case. Elliot Sanderson led 5-2. Now, though, it's only 5-4. Joshua Filler didn't complete the whitewash, but he did complete victory. He's beaten Oscar Dominguez 11-1. And now Filler awaits either Anton Raga or Mario He in the last 16 tomorrow. Still 3-1 for Fedor Gorst over Chang Yulong. Victor Zelinsky edging clear of Ralph Souquet. Zielinski's a free-flowing, fast player. He's having his wings clipped a little by the methodical Souquet this evening, but nevertheless, he's coping. He now leads 9-6. Piers Labutis and Wojciech Szewczyk still 8-all. And Shane Van Boning, 3 clear once more against Alexander Kazakis. Van Boning leading 7-4.
Just millimeters from a golden break there. Cue ball continues to come low. He's got the kiss off the 9, and that's wide. Still struggling to get a shot at something good after the break. Sometimes you'll go a whole match like this. Sometimes you'll go a whole match where you're straight in after the break. That has a lot to do with the rules of the WNT. A lot of people talk about that. The reason they've done this is to make the game more difficult. And the players are in favor of it. And as a spectator myself, I also am a fan of it.
Well, it multiplies the variables.
Absolutely. Well, you're not jumping this one. Look at the contact. That 9 threatened the upper right. Shaking his head a bit. Is he on the shallow side of this ball? Yeah, he is. He's just made an adjustment and hadn't gotten all the way off the ball, and that is typically a recipe for disaster. Now he's regrouped. Nice little rub. Kind of knew he was always going at that. The 8 does pass, and it doesn't take him long to get all tied up.
When Chris Melling trailed 5-2, I think there was genuine cause for a degree of concern. Now, though, he looks the stronger of the two, even though on the scoreboard there's nothing to choose between them. It is 5-5. Number of matches dwindling down now. The key points since the last time I told you the scores. Viktor Zielinski has arrived on the hill against Ralph Souquet. He leads by 10 racks to 6. Anton Raga 4-3 over Mario He. I think a lot of people would like to see Phil Raga in the last 16. That would be intriguing.
Yeah, Raga definitely stood out to me this week. He has some ups and downs in his tournaments, right? When he's on the up end, man, he's fun to watch.
He's one of those players who moves on shots, and yet he's still okay.
Yeah, probably more body movement on every shot than any other player on tour. Oh, the cue ball right in behind the 3.
Yes, and apart from ball in hand for Elliot Sanderson, his work's been partially done for him because so many balls have disappeared.
Yeah, and I think Chris got a pretty bad series of kisses there in order to scratch like that. Take another look. Well, just one, really. But still, very unfriendly.
Not even a cluster to give him any kind of encouragement. They're all there.
Right now in the United States, it's the middle of the afternoon. Well, here in Jeddah, it's going on 11 p.m. We're at the end of our work shifts.
Yeah, 3 o'clock on the west coast. 6 p.m. on the east coast. Actually, I've got that incorrect, haven't I? It's 1 o'clock on the west coast. Four o'clock on the east. And talking about east and west, this rack should go west.
Really wanted to get a little more out of that there. Doesn't want to contact the 9. Yeah, caught it real thick.
We've just been talking time zones. Can one of these two players get in the mythical zone and pull away? I just get the sense neither will. I think it will be a dogfight right to the end.
Yeah, that makes both of us. Yeah, nice, real nice stroke right there. Stayed down quite well. He digs real good into the cue ball. Looks real sound.
Elliot Sanderson back in front. Chris Melling scratched off the break a little unluckily, one has to say, and that means Sanderson can once again regain the ascendancy. The 9-ball was easy peasy. Anton Wager maybe getting the better of Mario He. He leads 5-3. Rack 5 between Fedor Gorst and Chang Yulong, quite a lengthy one. It's still 3-1 to Gorst. Wojciech Szewczyk has just edged ahead against Piers Labutis at 9-8. Shane Van Boning still 7-4 up on Alexander Kazakis. Labutis from Lithuania, twice a semi-finalist, one of the World Nineball Tour's major events, including the UK Open last month.
Yeah, he's definitely one of them players that's knocking on the door of having a very, very good run of tournaments, in my opinion, with several wins in his future.
Problem is with sport, we were talking about this in another context earlier on today, you can never guarantee anything, you can never guarantee one until the breakthrough has been achieved. I think he's certainly got the credentials to do really well.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that he will win a few tournaments in the coming couple years. But it is tough at this level nowadays with all these great players to guarantee that, like you said, Phil.
Yeah, when we go to the European Open and the US Open in Fulda, Germany, and Atlantic City, New Jersey, respectively, in August, both of those events will have double the participation of this. Instead of being 128, it will be 256 in the field. You've got to really fight your way through. Although, as a counterpoint to that, the quality of the early opposition isn't quite so sharp. Now, Sanderson needs to be sharp on this 3-ball.
Yeah, he was pretty sharp on the 2. Very clean. Kind of a little bit of a negative rub on the 7. Yeah, this is one doesn't feel too comfortable with. Purple 5 hampering his bridge. Nice hit there. Just clearing 4.
I know that, Scott, you're well across all of the prize money implications. You'll tell us what they get for getting to the last 16 in a moment. What I can tell you is that if Sanderson books his place, that will be his biggest ever check.
Yeah, well, it's not small. It's $15,000 to win this match. They're guaranteed $7,000 as it stands. Not bad money. Just in case Elliott wins one more round, well, don't worry about it. He's locked in at $27,000. That goes for him or Melling if they win this match and one more. That would be the quarterfinals. So if you think about it, really only a match and a half away from the quarterfinals of the biggest 9-ball tournament in history.
And this is the house pro at McGoldrick's in Scotland when they had the Scottish Open there just before the UK Open. Last month he was doing 14-hour shifts in the club, carrying out all of the tasks he normally would, plus several others, putting in a double shift, as it were. He's dedicated to pool, dedicated to doing well, and he's dedicated to winning this match. The gap is back at 2-7-5 in favour of Elliott Sanderson. Just going down the World 9-ball Tour rankings, trying to find his name. Chris Melling is number 56. Elliott Sanderson, number 66. So if he could win this match with the additional 15,000 ranking points, he would zoom up maybe an improvement of 20 places. Certainly well over 10, just for winning this match. That's what's at stake. It isn't only the raw prize money, it's the ranking implications as well. That's what we're used to on the snooker tour as well. The big money tournaments really do change the status of players, where they lie in the pecking order. And they spend an awful lot of time looking at those rankings, I can tell you. because at the end of the season, if you're outside the top 64, you are relegated. That means a return to Q School, and that's something you do not want to be involved in.
Yeah, I would imagine it's probably pretty hard to get back out of that Q School.
Yes, and getting tougher by the year.
Okay, he's missed the one. First time in recent memory that that's happened. On the break. Just short. Nothing straightforward for Melling. Is he looking at the one off the 7? Yeah, I don't think so. Is he trying to tuck behind the 7?
That works.
Well, he's entertaining the jump, Phil. This is a big ball to get over at a close range. You're going to have to land on that one. And he's changed his mind. I can't fault him.
Result for you. Victor Zielinski has ended the brave run of Ralph Souquet. Zielinski winning 11-6.
Oh, look at this shot. It's going to leave a shot, but a great hit. You got to tip your hat to the Kaiser. He's had a great tournament.
He has, but relative youth was served, and Zielinski now goes forward to play João Griot next.
And Melling, he really is such a pure cueist. When he hits the ball clean, there's really nothing quite like it.
Yeah, the cue action is languid. There's that pause at the end of the backswing.
Still, speed looks good. Yeah, very easy to overhit this ball. I believe he's got the angle.
Yeah, not a great amount, but just enough.
Oh, yes. Flowing now, Chris Melling.
In many respects, I still think he looks the more likely winner, even though he's behind.
I'd have to agree. Don't want to get too cute here. Just come across. Can stay above the left middle. Just take a little longer shot on the 9. Well done.
Given the dependability of his cue action, there should be no sweat.
Well, there is one issue, right? It's late at night. There's a lot of people in here, and you can't control everyone. It just kind of tells me he's not 100% focused, because a focused Chris Melling wouldn't notice what he just noticed.
The movement came at just the right time before he addressed the ball, so he was able to step away and he knocked it in the end. So Elliot Sanderson's lead again reduced, this time to 7-6.
used all of that pocket.
He does like a chirp, does Chris? And he's saying at the moment about the people walking behind the pocket. I do sympathise, though. It is very off-putting, but as you say, Scott, it is hard to police.
Well, and you say behind the pocket, if you were here on site talking about the people at home, I mean, we're still talking 20 plus feet, maybe even more than that.
Latest scores on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Shane Van Boening is on table 2, leading 7-5 against Alexander Kazakis. Wojciech Szewczyk on the hill against Piers Labutis at 10-8. Anton Raga 6-3 on Mario He, and the other match in progress, Fedor Gorst 4-1 over Chang Yulong. One goes in, followed by the 2 with a shot on the 3, and the 4 is available.
Yeah, just come over and back across the top of this row of balls, I think, Phil. Just avoid the 7. Well, everything getting to him. It's understandable.
At least he had the presence of mind to step away from the table, to regroup.
Made it look easy.
But the 5 is missed. Who would have thought it? That's a big error, and he cannot blame anyone for moving there because there was no one in that line of sight at all.
Yeah, you've got to wonder if he's just letting those little things carry over into the next shot.
What a bonus for Elliot Sanderson. Should be connecting the dots here. Darren Appleton was in the field, so too Jason Shaw, Chris Melling of course. And yet, Elliot Sanderson right now in line to be the last surviving Brit.
Probably a pretty good price on that before it started. But listen, this is where stars are made. Elliot up for the challenge. Well, he's gotten a little flat, but he's lefty. He can get to it, Phil.
Now the pouch where he keeps his chalk came off there. Luckily there was no ball in that vicinity. Had there been, that would have been a foul shot. Elliot Sanderson back 2 to the good at 8-6. He needs 3 more for the biggest win, certainly the most profitable win of his pool life. Mario He has just won Rat 10. He trails Anton Raga 6-4. Fedor Gorst 5-1 over Chang Yulong. That's 5 consecutive racks because he lost the opener. Shane Van Boening still stuck at 7-5 over Alexander Kazakis. Wojciech Szewczyk still on the hill against Piers Labutis at 10-8. Just the 5 matches now carrying on. And even though it's a late hour locally, if Sanderson does win, it's going to be a case of E.T. Elliott phone home with the good news.
Yes, he will. You know, and it's, I guess, with a little help of Melling, but you've got to give Sanderson credit. He's picked up the pieces when he's needed to. Yeah, just short again, Phil, but the one tracks up to the top left, and look at this. A good one on the blue too.
I will say I thought the cue action there was really staccato. There's a lot of tension in that arm.
I've got to look up that term. I really like the sound of it.
It's a musical term. Classical music, it means bitty.
Well, he's fallen nicely here. Better to have a steep angle than no angle at all. He can come one rail over to the short side. It might do him better anyway. Needs this to hop. Yeah, very nice. Believe he can come out 2 rails tight out of the lower right. And the 5 to the 6 will be the next challenge. So, does he just come a little bit above the 8, right where he put his cue? Easy here to decelerate or over accelerate. You're always worried with this shot about going into the right middle. Therefore, that's where the deceleration comes in at times. Stay through the ball. Oh, and he did very nicely. Do you want to roll this or do you want to stun it forward? Yeah, stunned it. Can't blame him. Well, Phil, he's 3 away from a 3-game lead. Things starting to slip away from Melling.
Yes, the miss 5 ball in rack 14 could ultimately be extremely costly. But we must never underestimate the tension that Sanderson's feeling. Will it compromise his accuracy? Could have done with a few more inches on the cue ball to make this a gimme.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just get the feeling this is a little sketchy.
No problem. Elliot Sanderson, 9-6. He's 2 racks away from going through to the last 16 of the World 9-Ball Championship. I mentioned his cue action at the start on the break-off, saying it was staccato. Well, the actual definition of staccato in a musical sense is that the notes are detached. But it can describe anything, not just sounds. It means something that's made, done or happening in an abrupt or disjointed manner. And I think that applied to the cueing on the break-off, but from there on in, it was a lot more smooth.
Yeah, well, I think the sentence that you placed it in was probably as good as it gets, Phil. It sounded wonderful to me.
Also wonderful that Shane Van Boning has won the 13th rack. He leads Alexander Kazakis 8-5 now. And Chang Yulong has stopped the rot. He lost 5 racks in succession, but he's won the 7th to trail Fedor Gorst 5-2. Oh, just when you think that Sanderson might be getting on top, what happens? The old scratch on the break.
Yeah, you got the kiss right off the bottom of the 9. It's actually what you're playing to do, is go into the 9, so a bit unlucky. Actually hit the break real well. Melling, you must take advantage.
Absolutely, this clearance just imperative. It's really, really important that he doesn't allow Sanderson to get on the hill. Keep him away from that. Because of course when Sanderson gets to the hill, he'll be breaking off next.
Melling known at times to have a little bit of a loose cue ball. Everything okay here.
Tell you what, Scott, it's not been a slow-moving match, this. Yes, a few tactical racks, but by and large, it's been good stuff. Chris Melling will be delighted with that. Now he hopes that his break-off in rack 17 is a lot more productive. Fast approaching 11:30 local time. It does seem that Fedor Gorst will be the last man off this evening. And in that regard, you have to say it's another chapter in a book of very hard work during the World 9-Ball Championship of 2024 for Gorst.
Yeah, since day one, it seems like every match for him has been very hard work. I mean, very simply put, very hard work. I keep wondering when it's going to get easier, but it may not.
Well, so far, the match he's involved in seems to be the easiest of the lot. But things can change. What a break-off that was.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I guess I was just referring to, the speed of the match. It seems like they might be having some safety battles within a few of the games, even though he's leading nicely. Does the 3 play in the middle? It looks like it does. Does he want to play it in the middle? That's another question, Phil. I think he's coming down to the corner here. Well, at least evaluating.
It's been a good half an hour or so for Poland. Viktor Zielinski through against Ralf Suke, and now Wojciech Szewczyk through against Piers Labutis, 11-8.
Oh, this is a nice strike. Pinch of inside ball here and just come up right of the 9. Don't underhit this. This is going to be perfect. Well, that rack.
You mark that ball and then take it away. Mark this ball, lift it, and move it. Yes, I know. I do it that myself.
I think the referee is calling in Marcel Alcaide to complete this operation. It should be relatively simple, but of course, Alcaide's got years of experience. He's actually asking the referee in charge of this section of the arena to do the job himself.
Well, Marcel is here. And what Chris is telling him is just mark the 9 ball, remove the 9, and the rack will come up. No problem. The problem is maybe that the marker will end up over where the rack belongs. Oh, Marcel's got another tool.
He's got more markers than a casino regular. Absolutely terrific at his job, Marcel Alcaide.
Yeah, he's a fine gentleman as well.
And straight after this, you know, what an assignment he's got. He's going to the Championship League, the first world ranking event on the snooker season. He's flying directly from here to Leicester, and he starts work straight away, and he's there for 3 weeks solid.
Oh, wow.
He just has the Sundays off. We play Monday to Saturday for 3 consecutive weeks, and then Monday to Wednesday the last week. So he's going to be there for 20 odd days. And you know his standards will never slip.
Well, as he landed a little flat here, he's going to stun up, or down, I should say. Oh, nicely done, Chris Melling. Within 1, very soon.
Four-one down at his lowest ebb. The only time he's been in front in the match was 1-0. On several occasions he's been within 1 rack, trailing 5-4, 6-5, 7-6, and now 9-8. Can he draw level?
Yeah, Phil, it was 9-6. When that man on the right of your screen got a bad kiss off the 9 on the break. Scratched behind the 3 in the lower right corner. Since then, it's been the man on the left.
2 big guns firing. Fedor Gorst 6-2 on Chang Yulong, and Shane Van Boning 9-5 over Alexander Kazakis. Seems as though Van Boning is taking command.
Well, both good signs for America. Gorst and Van Boning. The 1 is down. Phil, I believe the pink has the 2 covered up a little bit to the lower left.
Yeah, quite often Chris Melling takes on combinations that raises eyebrows. This one, surely it's a matter of being circumspect.
Yeah, laying very awkward too. If he rolls it, he'll get position, but I can't imagine him rolling this. And I can't blame him for doing that. Will he find the gap for Sanderson?
Yeah, there's a time and a place for everything. That combination just wasn't viable.
Well, I believe he's hit the gap as well, Phil.
I'll change my vocabulary there. It was viable, but it wasn't sensible.
I thought he might go at the bank there and just kind of slide downward. He had plenty of room to bank the ball, clearly, because he could have played a two-way. Not faulting him. He's there, and I'm here.
And also, pressure clouds the mind, doesn't it? That's the thing. You assume that pressure would get in the cue arm and cause you to snatch on a few shots, that kind of stuff, and it does. But it's also about how it downgrades the mental process.
Yeah, without a doubt, it can affect the mind. The music definitely picking up the pace.
Yeah, the loudness of the music has definitely increased in the last few moments. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. It was a sort of background track, and now it's in the face, or in the ears.
Yeah, this is a bit tricky. You don't want to catch it too thin, but you've got to try and make it. Could scratch off the back of the four. Well, he's caught it too thick. Might end up just fine.
Chris Melling does have a tendency to, at times, think the world's against him. Now here, he has been extremely unfortunate. Yes, there's no doubt about it. But what can he do? All he can do is maximise his concentration and try and turn things around. No point feeling aggrieved because it doesn't achieve anything.
He's coming 2 rails towards the back of the 2, I believe. Or is he going 1 rail and trying to make it? Two rails to the back of it. Yeah, I'm assuming he wanted to catch that real full and maybe use the 8 as cover. Caught it too thin, Phil.
Yeah, open table for Elliot Sanderson, and you've got to wonder whether Chris Melling's latest attempt to tie the scores is going to be thwarted.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about Sanderson controlling the nerve. Can he do it to get within 1 of the final 16? No, just about missed that ball. Asking to clean the cue ball. Well, there's a certain fact that ball did not skid, because if it would have gone to the top side of the middle pocket.
Yeah, they don't skin or skid thin, do they? That's
No.
the point.
But that isn't to say he didn't see something on the cue ball. So, in his defense, clean away.
Absolutely. Tell you what though, Scott, we've done both of these matches back to back. Have you ever seen 2 consecutive matches where the cue ball's been clean to such an extent?
No, and I'll probably try to get some information on that for us to have tomorrow. Or I'm sure you will as well. It's been pretty odd, because we haven't heard any complaints about the cleanliness of the tables. That's been an automatic. playing here with the greatest pool ball in the world, the Aramiths.
There's another wrinkle as well on the main match table. If you have the ball cleaned, it comes out of your allowed 30 seconds per shot.
Yeah, which that's a little new to me. I did learn that during SVB's match. He's making fine work of this rack. One more. Good shot. Is he a little thin on this? I think he's okay. Yeah, he's almost perfect.
Fast approaching the hill. Every time Melling gets within one, Sanderson pulls away again.
Yeah, a little rumor. I guess that one of the reasons Jason Shaw was having the cue ball clean, and I can't attest that it's the reason that these guys are. Shaw has said that Kamui Chalk was all over the cue ball last match.
Well, Sanderson now is all over this match. He's 10-8 in front. That means a possible 3 racks remain, and Chris Melling has to win them all.
Yes, he does. And referring back to that, I don't know exactly how you could confirm what brand of chalk it was. I'm sure that chalk is getting on the pool balls. But that's been happening for 100 years. It seems like it's just happening a little more than ever before in the last couple matches. Jason, as I said, never seemed comfortable to me in that last match, Phil.
No, David Alcaide beating the Eagle Eye from Scotland. So that means whoever comes through this will be the last Brit standing in the World Nineball Championship of 2024 here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Just 4 matches left, still to be completed in the last 32.
Yeah, and short with the 1. He's going to have a look at it as well. It does play in the middle. And there, Phil, he played to go into the purple. If you can stay through this, get back somewhere in the range of where it's at now. Don't let up. Oh, I love the way he came there. I thought he might just come out one rail. Very, very cute.
Yeah, Melling has always been well equipped to play the expansive shots. There, that trademark pause on his backswing. Pulls it back, waits, then goes through as smooth as you like. Not allowing the pressure to get to him here, just taking the balls quickly.
Yeah, very quickly, Phil.
Not allowing the situation to get in his head. I think it's a sensible move. The more time you take, the more negativity tends to creep in. Good rack from Chris Melling, that. He was at the point of no return. He still is, but now he's only one behind again at 10-9. Really good response the way he won rack 19. Well, I think this match was hard to forecast in one sense who would win, but I think very easy to forecast as to how it would go, i.e. tight. We thought that from the start and it's panned out exactly. Other matches, Shane Van Boning 9-6 up on Alexander Kazakis on table 2. Again, just a reminder, if you want to watch that, it's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Anton Raga 9-6 over Mario He. Fedor Gorst 7-2 over Chang Yulong. Are we going to see a near midnight hill? I just got a feeling we are.
One is down, the two is coming. Oh, look at this, Phil. Is it destiny?
That was a nice feeling for Melling when the one went down and the two came back up the table with nothing else. He knew he was going to be okay.
Yeah, and early in this match, if we can recall, many times Chris broke, just couldn't buy a shot on the two. If he gets past the pink 4 here, I think we could have a hill match.
Just left that cue ball a little awkwardly though. Needs the bridge.
Yeah, he'd like to have been a little further to the right of the 6. He just didn't want to be on the left side of the 3 because he didn't want to deal with the 5.
There you can see that versatile bridge. You can use it either way.
Yeah, well, he's got some work to do here. He's got to get on the purple. Does he go up and take the cut on the left side of the 6? Or can you get through the 7 to the right side of the table? That's what he's evaluating at the moment. Yeah, I don't think he thought he was going to catch the 7 that thin. Pretty sure he thought he would end up somewhere just above center table. But he did want to ensure a shot on the purple. That's why he hit it with the speed he hit it. I believe he's going to take the cut on to the lower right. It's got sideboards with the black 8. You've got to hit it pretty bad to use the black 8. Well, he used the black 8, and he's on with it. 6 to the top left corner. Well, Phil, he's on the 9. We're going to the hill.
Wow, what a match. Melling did really well there. I think he's reserved his best for the last couple of racks. He's played them beautifully when his back was firmly pressed against the wall. We are going the full distance. We're going to the wire. maybe Shane Van Boning is as well. He was 9-5 up on Alexander Kazakis. It's now 9-7. Anton Raga 9-6 over Mario He, and Fedor Gorst 8-2 on Chang Yulong. Remember, Gorst or Chang, looks increasingly like Gorst, will play the winner of Melling or Sanderson. They're not thinking about that right now, they're just thinking about getting over the line in this one. And I tell you what, nerves will be raw in this all-important 21st rack.
Yeah, Melling to break. Never in his life would he like what we call a roadmap more than right now. Well, the one is down. The two laying in the lower right. He's got an open table, Phil.
Dare I say, in a deciding rack roadmap, dare I say it? There's no such thing under this kind of pressure, surely.
Yeah, he's just looking to get up just a fraction above the three. $8,000 riding on this rack. The winner guaranteed $15,000. The loser, well, they've got 7.
One heart will be broken. Is the shouter going to be silenced? Remember, Melling has missed a bad 5 ball already in this match in rack 14.
Yeah, he's okay here, but he's going to have to put some pace on it. Over and out with a low right ball. Watch out, black. Just in time, Phil.
Put the brakes on as Melling's heart was skipping a beat. And again, that cue ball picking up chalk.
Yeah, you can't fault Melling, but one thing you can think about is he's a momentum player. Does it hurt him to do that? He should be out. Phil, we can't ask for much better match than this.
Elliot Sanderson has that sinking feeling. So near, and maybe, probably, so far.
And it's all changed after the scratch behind the 3 in the lower right.
The 9-ball wiggled and wobbled, but it just about went in, to the immense relief of Chris Melling. This week he's gone through the pain barrier with the gout he's been suffering, but now he's feeling just good feelings. And I tell you what, that caught an awful lot of the far jaw before finally toppling in and ending what was a terrific, a gripping match. Elliot Sanderson came so close to the biggest win of his life, to the biggest check of his life. But it is Chris Melling, the more experienced man, the former China Open champion, the former Derby City Classic 9-ball champion, the former Mosconi Cup MVP, who brings his experience to bear. He played brilliantly, I thought, under pressure in the last 3 racks. He wins 11-10. He's into the last 16. He's on $15,000 now, and he will play either Fedor Gorst or Chang Yulong tomorrow. Gorst leading 8-2. The other matches on the hill, Anton Raga 10-6 over Mario He, and it's 9-7 for Shane Van Boening over Alexander Kazakis. Over on table 2, you can see the remainder of the Van Boening-Kazakis match on the Matchroom Multisports YouTube channel. So that's a wrap for today. It's been a lengthy day, but it's been a very entertaining one. Congratulations to Chris Melling and all of the players who've got into the sweet last 16 of the World 9-Ball Pool Championship here in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. We hope to have your company tomorrow. Until then, from Scott Frost and myself, Phil Yates, it's a very good evening. We've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.